Welcome to Saturday Fun Day here at the Las Vegas Open, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira here in the beautiful lights of Vegas. Nick, we have some great coverage today, including the big one, the gold event, the Las Vegas Open.
Yeah, if you thought everything yesterday was intense and high octane, today is where your heart's beating out of your chest, you're fighting for points, and you're really trying to show yourself as one of the dominant forces on the WDF tour.
It's one of the reasons most players that are at the top level show up to this event, right, is to win this one, because you get a free, not a free trip, but you get a trip to the World Darts Championship for the WDF, just like Jason Brandon got last year, not at this event, but overall, and then you see the run that he made, right? So anything can happen in that tournament. This is the first step to making that dream a reality.
Well, and talk about the history of the tournament, right? It's one of those things where you really want to put your name in the legacy books, right? If people flip through, look at the winners, look at the champions, and they'll say, I got it here this year, 2025 in Las Vegas.
Well, last year, the Truth took down the title. Jacob Taylor earned his spot at Lakeside. We'll see if he can do that again this year. For the women, Fallon Sherrick, of course, dominated the 501 and the cricket last year. So not here this year. We'll see if that makes a huge difference.
It's going to be a power vacuum, right? Someone else is going to try to take that spot, and the question is, who is it going to be? I mean, we talked about Paula Murphy a little bit yesterday. We're curious to see who that force will be today.
On top of that coverage, after that event's over, we do have cricket doubles. Last year, the women, well, it went to Dita Hedman and Anka Zylstra. And then for the men, you can't really beat Cameron Menzies and Leonard Gates, can you?
Well, certainly we couldn't, but I know for a fact a lot of other people would struggle with that feat right there. And it's going to be, again, another question mark of, well, how's that reshaping? How's that new team going to work? What's going to be the true dichotomy between partners? Because they found something special last year that isn't always easy to replicate.
And if that doesn't do it for everybody, we also have mixed trios tonight, 601. Last year's champions, well, it's no surprise. Fallon Sherrick joined her boyfriend Cameron Menzies along with Leonard Gates in order to win that one.
Yeah, and you can tell that those teams were gelling well together. But trios is really about the dichotomy of everybody working well together, doing their part, and getting down to zero as a team.
Well, you heard it, a lot of action coming your way really soon. So let's send it out to our field reporter, Mr. William Stewart, with the call.
Hi, Will.
Appreciate it, Nick and Sean. I'm here in the Dart Hall once again. As you can see, the WDF Gold 501 event is going on behind me. We have some great competitors in our field. Wendy Rinstadler, our second place finisher in last year's event, is in the field as well. How about Miss Dita Hedman? She's in the field as well. As our number one seed is Rhiannon O'Sullivan from Wales, and Eve Watson's going to be a one to look out for as well after yesterday's cricket performance. Now for the men's side, of course, we got Leonard Gates, Alex Spellman, and numerous others. How about last year's finalist, and Jeff Smith is here as well. Jacob Taylor has not showed up this year, so that's another factor. Who's going to take the title here for the WDF Gold event? We're going to find out right here, right now. Let's get to it.
But it's going to be a memory, that's for sure.
Look at this from Simon. Bullseye. It hits the double. What an 8 mark from Simon Whitlock.
I call that the coffin shot. Woo! If you
Yeah.
go trip 16, trip 15, double bull, you
Nails in the
basically opened up the coffin and put him in it. Let's see what he does here.
Maybe a lot of 19s. Does he get aggressive here? Oh, he's staying there.
Look at the eyes.
Boom goes the dynamite Simon Whitlock
You
with a
got
9
to call
mark on a
it.
19.
I'm so proud of you.
Simon more impressive. And there it is. Just a nonchalant little 4-3 average for the match. Simon Whitlock will move along in this tournament.
About 136 women, I think. And I know there's 386 men. Jeez.
And look at that. That's the first leg for Fallon Sherrick.
Trip 15, single bull, double bull. Thank you, folks. 501. Is this their first match in cricket?
I actually said this earlier before you showed up that I love this matchup, but I love even more as we get a boom goes the dynamite from Dita Hedman. Round of 9 on the 19s. It's going to point.
Speaking of points.
Fallon Sherrick.
Speaking
My
of points.
goodness, what a 9 mark from Fallon.
Actually, more of a common thing than you would think. Skip the 15s, go get the bull. But speaking of the 15s, and the single bull, double bull,
Big
game
dart from
shot
Fallon Sherrick.
again.
My goodness, a 4.1 in that one.
That makes it an 80. Yeah, it does. I was thinking it mainly
Well,
makes
that's gonna do more. That'll do it. 2
Yep.
darts is all that's needed to win leg number 1.
Needs 2. He
That'll
grabs
work.
the triple. He'll
gonna
probably
stay.
stay there.
Now he'll switch, right?
Nope, he'll
he's
stay
staying.
up there.
Another treble 18 from Brandon Perez. He's going to go get rid of the 16s. Does that. 15s now. Big 9 mark from Brandon Perez, the Las Vegas native.
We could try.
Oh, look at this.
Speaking
Make
of
it
try,
1-1.
I was going to say, speaking of try, there's a double bull.
1-1 scoreline now. Brandon Perez on the board with a 5.4 average in that leg.
18s for Mills.
Gonna stay up there on dart 2. See if he looks down. Yeah, he asked if that was 4. He's going to look down.
Yep, he resets.
Big dart there on the 17s. What a 7 mark.
That is a monster 7 mark. Go up there and throw the 15 only, and then you go bull single, big bull out. Then you just left him an open shot to finish.
One more bowl to make this a 2-1 scoreline. And he gets it. Overachieves even.
Plus they're closing each other out. Brandon is the one taking chances. Robbie's playing a little bit more on the comfortable side.
You hit 7 marks, you can take all the chances you want without closing both numbers.
There's back to the 18 for points.
Yep.
Does he finally take a look at the 19s?
Yes, and he hits it. Drills it. He's going back up to the 18s. What a 9 mark from Robbie Mills. What a time.
That is a monster round right there.
But Robbie Mills for the title. Needs just 2. And he gets it on 1 dart.
Double
Robbie
bullseye.
Mills. And Jake's not going to do that again. Comes back with a 180 from Jacob Taylor.
That's one way you back up at 21.
Tops. Jacob Taylor on the board, holds his throw, but it's a 15 dart hold to throw. Convincing leg from Jacob Taylor. Jeff taps him on the shoulder a little bit with a 140, but 3 darts clear at 32 for a 2-2 scoreline and a break of throw of Jeff Smith.
Good pick, good pick, good pick. Good transitioning to it, just inside on the double 16.
To save the match. It's double 18, and he pins it.
Big turns right here needed. Big ton right here.
How about a 180 to leave tops? That's a 180 to leave tops for Jeff Smith. Double 10. And he hits it. Beautiful first start. Double 14. And there it is, clinical from Jeff Smith. And we're going to go all the way. And there it is, the truth. Pins it dead center. Congratulations to Jacob Taylor, Newfoundland. Proud. And the Newfie is going to be at Lakeside. Fallon going to try and run here, and she's definitely going to do that. That's a 180 for Fallon Sherrick. Just in case Fallon does not hit the 60. But she does, and it's a 4-1 lead with a break of throw for Fallon Sherrick. She is now throwing for the match and the title. of the WDF 501 singles.
Wendy needs another one.
I believe she got it there.
1040.
But Fallon for the match. 32 is hit on dart 1. 13 dart. Hold a throw for Fallon Sherrick, and she is your champion of the women's WDF 501 event, securing her spot in Lakeside. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open, live here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira. Nick, this is the Super Bowl of the weekend, the WDF Gold Ranking event, the Las Vegas Open.
Yeah, this is where everybody has their eyes on the prize. Everybody's been striving for this event. And while there's other big titles, other big prize monies to cash in on, there's nothing as sweet as winning a gold event for the WDF.
We are looking at a last 64 match between Tanya Benčić and Jane Warwick. Jane, you can see with the Welsh flag. And look at Tanya. The switch there confused me a little bit after the first two trebles. But we are off and running. Tanya up 1-0. The averages for both of these ladies heading into this one probably left a little bit to be desired for both. Lower 40s for Tanya and upper 30s for Jane. But they both got through their first match doing that.
No matter what, they're going to have tough roads ahead because every single female in this field has something to prove. Everybody thinks that they have the chance to win it. Yeah, sure, maybe a couple that went on the first round were like, I'm just playing the event for the experience. But majority of these competitors came from a long ways away, and they want to get that title at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you want to talk about a couple of those competitors that came from a long way away. How about last year's finalist, Wendy Reinstatler, off and running? She's only played one match so far, but an 82 average in that first match. And, of course, the defending champion, Fallon Sherrick, is not here. So Wendy has got to be one of those players that is up there as favorites. How about Rihanna O'Sullivan, the number 1 seed heading into this, the Welsh star? Second highest average so far in her 2 matches that she's played. But some big names out of this tournament already.
There absolutely is, and there's big names that are going to be going up against each other to continue to knock each other out of the tournament. For instance, I just see Dita Hedman, Liz Tynan as a crazy matchup coming up here shortly.
Yeah, that's a good one. Some of those shocking exits so far for the ladies as Jane looking at 82. Only gets 24 scored, so Tanya, misses the big number. 79 remains. Jane will get a 2-dart combination potentially. Setup play, not the best. Big number hit. Tops for a 1-1 score line. And pins it first dart. So Jane Warwick ties it up 1 apiece.
Yeah, making it chalk here, and you really just can't get comfortable playing on this stage, playing on any of these boards, knowing how much is at stake here and knowing that anybody can really just come to it at any time. It doesn't matter the scoring segments. It matters the finishing ones.
All right, let's run through some of those early exits. Lisa Tyler lost to Wendy Reinstatler 3-0. One of those that's out. Emily Kaufhold out of this one. Andrea Taylor, the ADO women's number 1 player, loses in the top 128, so she is out. And she was a semifinalist last year. As we look at Dimple Ranches out of this one, she had a great day yesterday, not the day that she was looking for in this one.
And what's interesting about those names you just mentioned there, Sean, is the fact that typically we talked about it yesterday. It's the tune-up day for today, and if you perform well yesterday, you expect to perform well the next day, and doesn't always seem to be the case, though, for some of these ladies we've seen so far.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And how about this semifinalist last year, Maria Carley out in the top 128, loses to Leanne Topper in the first round. Kim Pantai, who had a great day yesterday as well, loses in the first round. Lane Lysak out of this one. Losing to Peaches in round number 1. Sandy Haas, no longer in this tournament.
Jane has an opportunity to close the distance down, catch up to Tanya here. Starting to be a little bit of a separation. Tanya doing a good job of just holding that throw. And you can see the frustration there. Jane not happy with those darts.
To give our viewers some information here, the women got off and running earlier than the men. The men are in the top 512, so there's a lot of male competitors in the field. That's going to take a while to get through down to a reasonable number, so we'll probably run the ladies' matches here for a bit on our streaming board until the men kind of get down into that more manageable part of the tournament.
Well, and it's important to remind that it's the tournament's discretion of what matches we get. And
For sure.
We just cover what we see, and we are happy to have whatever we can have on our streaming board here. Tanya unable to leave a finish here, but Jane not really pressuring her to do so. Pantomiming the shoulder there felt like either got gitchy or maybe she felt like she dropped the shoulder a little bit.
Yeah, it could also just be a little tight. Tanya has done extremely well when she's switched the 19s. And those little flyer there on dart 3.
Yeah, having trouble on the adjustments up top, it seems.
It might behoove her to just stay down at the bottom of the board.
Well, 158 will be the first look at this third leg here. And just going to continue to chop away at it. Nice, consistent, sexy scoring round. We don't talk about it enough, but especially when you're in the 53 range, your opponent's in the 45 range, 60s, 57s, those win you a lot of legs there, just because you're having that consistency round in, round out. Of course, everyone wants a flashy score, though, Sean.
Yes, they do. Tanya does a great job of just setting it up, leaves tops when she returns, but Jane not on a finish. Reminder, this is the WDF Las Vegas Open gold ranking event. The winner of the men's and women's booked their spot in Lakeside.
Which is, I mean, one of the highest accomplishments you can possibly have is just to play in that tournament, let alone potentially win it, which is what these people want to do. As you can see, Tanya gets a 2-1 advantage here in this one with a hold to throw.
Yeah, we head to leg number 4. It is a race to 3 here in the last 64. It does bump it up in the last 32. It becomes a race to 4, and that will stay the format until we get to the final, where it will be a race to 5 for the women's side of things. For the men, they're starting off with a best 3 out of 5 in the early rounds, and then it boosts up to race to 4 in the last 64, last 32, all the way up to the top 4 is a race to 5, and then the final is a race to 6. So a bit of a bump up in the format there for the men.
So far, the 19s have been Tanya's friend, that time evading her, falling into the 7s. You'll see that it's actually fairly common, especially in the women's game, to see players prefer using 19s a little bit more than average. Paula Murphy, probably one of the most notable ones in that regard.
Yeah, and she scores brilliantly on those 19s when she needs them the best or the most.
And that's why I only chalk her cricket matches.
Very smart. No one, for those that are watching that have never chalked a match before, it is so much more difficult to chalk a match of a player who shoots the 19s. 20s have some zeros on it. That makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, once I have to start carrying the 2 and dividing the 3, I get a little bit lost.
I just got lost when you said that out loud.
It's because I'm apparently doing math very wrong.
You can follow along with all of the action here on Dart Connect. And, of course, we're going to bring you this coverage all day long for USA Darts.
Yeah, this has to be one of the premier steel tip events. It's always the Las Vegas Open. It's the best way to start off the year with just how much of a high-quality affair it is, the international representation. There's very few other events that have this little high of a caliber, especially on the steel side of the affair for us.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's a pleasure to be here. Sitting beside you, Mr. Nick Teixeira, It's been okay to sit next to Will over there, but it's been a great weekend so far. It's crazy that it's already Saturday, but it's also crazy that it's only Saturday.
Yeah, it goes by so fast, but also you feel every moment of it when we're in the action, in the best possible sense. It is all the storylines, all the emotions. It's palpable out there when you're talking with every one of these players. Brian pointing out that Dark Connect does have a +1 to make scoring easier. No, that's fair. It doesn't help that I'm a little slow on the come up.
All right, let's look. The number of entries for the ladies in this event today is 147. Not bad at all. And a lot of international players. We've mentioned quite a few of them. Dita Hedman, one of those that we have not mentioned yet here in the field, of course.
Well, you did mention she's playing Liz Tynan in this top 32 bout.
You're right. I did not mention her. So
well, I consider us a unit, Sean.
We are. We're a well-oiled tandem.
And that's enough of that.
Yeah, that was way too nice to each other. Good call.
167 on the leave there, just in case. Does set it up. Leaves 32. 167.
Well, this would be sweet.
For the match, would be sweet.
Well, that first dart is a Klebe dart.
Yeah, not going to help too much on this given turn, and Jane should be able to hold throw here. But sends the first one well low. It leaves the hand a little funny there.
Oh, no, and busts it. 25. That's 27. That's two too many. And Tanya's going to shot here at this 91.
Yeah, 17 for tops will be the route.
I kind of like the bullseye route here.
It's becoming more popular.
And she did go the bull. Now she got to go triple 19. 70 left. 55 left. If she returns, Jane to send us to a last leg decider.
She would certainly like to. Takes a deep breath here, steps up to the Aki. Does not go into the 7 this time. But still having trouble finding that double.
Oh, and hits the double 7, so she leaves 18. That's how often I hit that double 7, shooting a 32. I didn't even need to do that math. That was just known. And misses the big number twice. Does not even get a look at a double, and that is frustrating.
That's a squirrely turn there, a turn that you're not keen on having at this position in the match if you're either one of these ladies. 18 now the look. Going right at it here.
Little green bit up top. Falls into a little happy little accident. Double 2.
I wish it would have taken a little bit more time because you're not counting on the 14 there. And you can see that dart was quick to throw and far away from the required segment here. Tanya now has another opportunity and pins it immediately there. Great shots, and Jane Warwick is going to be knocked out in a 3-1 loss.
Yeah, Tanya Benchik will move on to the last 32. She is awaiting the winner of Sally Kelly and Marcus Haynes.
Yeah, and it's going to be so interesting to see how this ladies' field continues to develop with how many star-studded players there are, how many people are going on the run today, and how many people have been having disappointing exits as well. Really anything is possible when you're in Las Vegas.
Yeah, this is going to be a doozy of an affair. Stay with us as we bring you this coverage all day. We're going to bring you the men's and the women's Las Vegas Open Gold 501 singles action today. Later on, we have women's doubles cricket and open doubles cricket starting at 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. local time. And then later this evening is mixed triples 601. First prize for this men's singles event, $8,040 on top of getting that lakeside ticket booked.
Well, stay tuned, folks. We'll be back with more action in just a moment's time. Nick Teixeira, Sean Green, Will Stewart.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store With over 10,000 different products, we create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
What is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Tell by the way they're scoring, there may be nothing in it. One man misses, does the other man get? Yes! Double 12! That is the most amazing level dance you will ever see in your life! I can't stay! 12, and the 9-dart king lands another one! Covered by Team Michael. Double 12 by Gerwin! Michael by the ascension is complete. Incredible stuff. The world #1 is world champion.
Throwing 23-gram Cali West Colonial steel tip barrels. Her favorite checkout is 108. Coincidentally, Will Stewart recently did a video series, 4 ways to check 108. So many people voted Shanghai on the 18s, but Callie prefers the 419s for double 16. So we're going to go that method in honor of her. Here's attempt number 1. Ah, so that did not fly. There's your treble. Attempt number 2. Oh, geez. Oh, outside the wire. Attempt number 3. Son of a bitch. Attempt number 4. God, they come around quick. Oh, I wasn't gonna let Callie down.
Welcome back to the 46th Annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open, live here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sean Green joined by Nick Teixeira. My goodness, Nick, do we have ourselves a doozy. Dita Hedman, legend of the game, taking on Liz Tynan, another legend of the game for the U.S.
Yeah, Dina, someone that's educated people on the dartboards by beating them, educating our chalker on Dart Connect. It's been really fun. I'm excited to see this matchup. We already hyped it up. This is a top 32 matchup that is very impactful, just like they all are seeming to be, because both these players are wanting to make a bid at a finals run here. Liz, of course, from that Chicago area that we've seen, and a very talented player in her own right, one of the tops in the North American game.
Yeah, last year, Dita Hedman in this event made the quarterfinal, losing to the eventual champion eventual finalist Wendy Stadler. I messed up her name 80 times, so I'm not going to try it again.
You want to try one more time?
No, thank you. Liz lost in the last 16 to Paula Murphy. So one of these ladies are going to fall short of last year's results. And can I just say?
Say it.
It is so beautiful to see Dita Hedman not throwing those reflex points anymore.
Yeah, those reflex points, for those unfamiliar, very thin on the dartboard. It's supposed to give you more real estate in the bed, but also makes that dart wobble. And personally, with my ADHD, I always would have trouble when I tried throwing them.
Yeah, it takes you back to your childhood when you had the door stopper that when you flick it, it go. That's how it looked when the darts would go into the dartboard.
If you guys are curious, we don't have a soundboard. Shauna actually made that noise. Liz here, going to try to get settled in as Dita's wasting no time, scoring pretty well here. Finding that 20 bed with ease.
Liz Tynan, Chicago resident. And one of the top ladies in North America. And, of course, Dita Hedman needs really no introduction.
Yeah, an icon of the game, right? Especially one of the players that's really pioneered a lot of the avenues you see these women get to play in now. With the WDF circuit and the Lakeside Championship, it's her that's been at the top of the game for a long time. It's the likes of Lisa Ash, and it's like of all these other talented females that have done work time in, time out.
Yeah, you put her in really good company there. She is one of those that is in the company of Elisa Ashton. Dita Hedman has 240 WDF titles to her name, 3 TV titles. She's a 2-time World Masters champion.
You can actually see Liz there, by the way, wearing a Julie Weger shirt in support.
I love that.
Absolutely love that as well.
Yeah, Julie last year was here, made the quarterfinals, struggling with some health issues right now, and we wish her all the best. Liz miles behind here in this one with Dita after 15 on 15, or on 28, sorry.
Yeah, and she's going to return with multiple opportunities now. Almost checked it out on the last with a ton-plus finish. Instead, we'll just need to do it here on the double segment.
Gets a little squirrely now, but not for Dita Hedman. 1-0 scoreline in favor.
But Liz will get the start here. She's obviously not throwing her scoring power that we know she's capable of. Dita is. So Liz is just going to have to settle into place here. You can see that head shake on that second dart. It's one of those things where it's easy to not realize you're doing, but the moment you're starting to shake that head and break your concentration in the middle of your throw, the harder it is to execute those great results you need to have in a match like this.
Two of the players in this that if this was the final, this would not be a surprise. If it is a last 32 bout. It looks like Dita has settled in. We're just waiting for Liz to kind of get going as well.
She's continuing to find the same form throughout the first leg into the second one here. Consistent scoring and really pushing herself out in front time and time again. That's the type of pressure where if you're under it the whole time, it's not that Liz is the type to crumble under that pressure. She actually shines under it. But it's still pressure nonetheless that you have to fight against. I always have been a fan of Hedman's composure at the board there. She just always looks serious and down to business, but is actually one of the nicest people in the room if you ever have a chance to talk with her.
Oh, such a sweetheart.
Oftentimes you see that with dart players. They look so mean when they throw. Most of them aren't. And the ones that look nice when they throw, sometimes they're mean. You can decide who I'm talking about there. Whoever you're thinking of, that's probably it.
Yeah, Dita Hedman has had a long road from her childhood in Jamaica, where she once just lived with relatives in a very small town in Jamaica, and then, of course, ended up in the UK, where she has had so much success in darts in the women's scene.
And the opportunities for the women's game, like we mentioned earlier, but has really exploded into so many different routes and avenues. And you see so many more shots at the top level of the game from competing women showing that, hey, we're just as good as the men, if not better at times.
Well, she's on 98 after 15. Her pace is brilliant, and it's more than Liz can handle right now.
Liz just trying to find her own darts in this. I don't even think it's much of Dita's darts doing that damage to herself as more of Liz's darts avoiding her at the moment.
93 left, treble 19. Would have left double 18. 74. Missed the treble 14 by quite a wide margin, but she will be back with Liz on a bogey, the 159. Which was not due to a math mistake, but just a miss.
And now 63 will be the opportunity for Hedman. Liz will be on a finish on her return if she gets to return. Dita would like to deprive her of that opportunity, though. We'll get a dart at a double. Does not pin it well outside on the 18 there. So a ton-plus opportunity for Liz Tynan. It's the type of shot that if you hit it, it might spark the rest of your match. But that can't happen.
Yeah, brutal first start into the 5. 109 remains for Tynan. And again, setup play is leaving a lot to be desired. Just not really pressuring Hedman at all at this point. It is the last 32, so it is a bump in the format for those keeping track at home. It is a first to 4 legs, where that will be the format for the ladies until the final. But that one's pinned, double 9 for Dita Hedman, and is a 2-0 lead. Break a throw for Hedman.
And she's doing great on the second choice doubles. We saw that earlier with the double 14 going inside, nailing the double 7, nailing the double 9 on this go. Doubles that normally cause a lot more trouble than they do favors.
And that's a lesson for a lot at home. You just be aggressive on the doubles. Go inside, just trust yourself that you're going to hit it the next time on that next double, even if it makes it a more awkward situation.
Solid scoring visit there for Liz, just trying to get that scoring power sparked up to where it needs to be. You typically expect her to be in the high 60s at the very least with her typical game, and has done well on the soft tip side of things, but hasn't had as many steal accomplishments as of late.
Yeah, and on the reverse side, you have Hedman, 3-time World Championship runner-up, 2012, 2014, 2016, World Masters winner, 2-time, 1994, and then 2013. What a separation that is of victories. Dutch Open champion 3 times. One of the most decorated females in the game.
There, nails a big scoring round, finding 140 on the turn there, continuing to pile on pressure round after round there.
Yeah, 175 after 9. scoring's been phenomenal for Hedman and lacking a lot for Liz.
Just confirming with the chalker there on the scoring there. Just got to get things dialed in.
I'm not quite sure what. Oh, it was only a ton instead of a ton 40. Interesting.
Looks
it
good
looked
to
good,
us.
yeah. And apparently it looked good to the chalker.
And no harm, no foul if she just goes back up and finds it again.
And
Wow.
that's a 177 for Dita Hedman.
Can't ice the kicker on that one, Sean.
Max scoring round to leave 38, where she will have time to split if she would choose to do so, which I'm going to assume is probably going to be the case.
The world's her oyster. She can shoot this however she wants. She's been aggressive on previous shots.
Right at it. Great marker for her. She will be back. And that's kind of why I was pushing for the split a little bit.
I mean, if you have the ability to split, that's because you're in favorable position, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, just the way she hit the 7-7, 9-9, I think the off doubles don't necessarily matter as much in her approach here. And again, we'll have 6 darts.
Pins the 19, the 5th time shooting at it. And now commanding 3-0 lead for Hedman.
Yeah, it's a position that I don't think I would expect Liz to find herself in, and she wouldn't expect it either. Knowing that she was going against a great shot, she knows that she has the ability to perform just as great at times in bursts, and she's just having trouble finding that level of her game right now. It's not nerves, it's not anxiety. It's just sometimes those darts just don't want to listen.
Well, let's call it what it is. 59 average is not, 56 average is not Liz Tynan standard.
Absolutely not. But, of course, at the same time, it still matters that not only Liz is below where she should be, but Dita's exactly where she should be as well. And if anything, we saw earlier in that first leg finding that 90 average for a little while there as well.
Yeah, sitting just below 80 for the average. Right at that upper echelon. Only bested by Ryan Stadler so far, who's still only played one match, averaging 82 in the process of that.
Grouping's looking better for Liz, but it might be too little too late, especially with Hedman still finding that trouble almost every visit. Continuing that streak here. It's been lighting up the dartboard, and it's so impressive how tight her groupings are, especially because she throws thicker darts. It's hard to stack in the same vertical portions of the segment there. So Hedman to try to set up a finish here in a match that she has had full control of this entire affair. Once again, finding that scoring segment. She is feeling pretty confident in her game and is looking really sharp to make a run, as was already expected of her, to be fair.
And you just see how off Liz is right now, pulling into the 12. But Hedman has a lot of time if needed, but she might not.
She doesn't want to take her time. She wants to get it done now, Sean.
Double 16 for the match. And she will be back. Leaves 32. Trying to make the top 16.
Liz did do enough to ask the question if the darts are missed again, something we haven't really seen out of Dita.
For the match.
The green bit.
Double 8. chasing it a little bit, and that was a little bit shaky. And she's around the outside. Liz did leave herself an outside shot at a finish. Not going to go. I don't think I've seen Liz fall into the left and right as often as I'm seeing it here.
Yeah, just not the type of performance you're typically expecting to see.
Double 4.
Finish line-itis. Has not crossed it yet. Still looking for the requisite double. Doesn't do so. But Liz didn't do herself too many favors there, only at 114.
Yeah, big ask, but it is to save herself in this treble 18. And just the towards is not there right now. Already quite a few match starts come and gone.
But to no harm, no foul. Should be able to play off that dart a little bit there. Now it's going to be more awkward. Highway traffic. Still sails it in there. Hedman gets the win, is into the top 16 here, Sean Green, and Liz Tynan bids adieu in this bracket.
Yeah, disappointing match for Tynan, but if you're Hedman,
no harm,
you
no
feel
foul.
pretty
She
good
just goes back up and finds it
about
again.
everything but the finishing there.
And
And there's the
wow.
big 177 she hit in leg number 3 to really cement herself out in front and get to the finish line.
Yeah, excellent performance. Hedman really collecting and staying together that entire time. You can see the opponents there having a cordial conversation after once mortal enemies, now back to being friends.
I don't know about mortal enemies, but
nope, mortal enemies. When I'm playing at the dartboard, it's a mortal enemy. I need to win because they probably kick puppies.
Well, you did promote that. Actually, that was Will who promoted that in the CSE that one season.
That was me.
Oh, it was
me.
you? That was you.
That was me.
We're going to blame Will.
Yeah, I can't believe
Ladies and
Will said
gentlemen,
that.
we are live here at the Las Vegas Open, the WDF Gold Ranking event. Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart will be right back with more coverage right after this. Welcome back to the 46th Annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open, live here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms this weekend, Nick Teixeira. Nick, we have a last 16 for the women's WDF Gold Ranking 501 Singles event, the Las Vegas Open.
Yeah, and at this point in the bracket, you're thinking, okay, I really have a chance to win it now. You might be saying it to yourself all day, all the time. You get to this point, it's because you know you have a serious claim at that title, and it's just not too far away anymore. And both of these girls, I'm excited to see how they play. Of course, Asia, the ADO 501 Nationals champion and 4-time ADO Youth champion, trying to make her claim here for a stellar weekend.
Yeah, wants to get that qualification to the Women's World Championship at Lakeside. Leanne Topper from Wales is her opponent. Been around the game for a long time. He's played in quite a few WDF ranking events. It's our first look at her.
Yeah, we've already seen another player from Wales have some success in the cricket singles last night with Eve Watson, who is also
So Larry
in the last
Butler.
16.
The 3 treble ones for the 9.
As she just smiles and walks it off there.
The Eagle is in the room, too. And before certain people get upset, obviously I'm joking. Larry usually hits 180s, but there is that 9 that he hit that one time. That's famous.
Well, Topper now. Going to try to tee up a little bit. Still attacking the throw of Asia very well here. A little bit of a lax turn. Wanted a little more substance in that one, but 1, 2, 3 is a finish nonetheless. Asia can pressure this, though.
Just doing exactly that. It is Asia's throw, and that's a big 140 to really put some pressure on the 1, 2, 3. Break opportunity incoming. Start on the 19s. Treble 18 for the bowl. Not going to happen. Bullseye for the fans.
Never for the fans. Try to go for the 10 to tops route.
Interesting. Double 10.
The Littler approach.
That's exactly right. And Leanne now a chance to break. Single 20. Tops.
It was awkward. That second one kind of kicked up a little bit. Didn't have the best viewing angle and overcompensated on that one going well outside. Needs to find the double 10 here. 3 missed at a clear double. Frustrating moments early on.
And Tops does get pinned for Topper. And it's a 1-0 scoreline for Leanne.
Wasn't sure if you were giving her a nickname or if you were talking about the segment.
Tops is a very genuinely easy nickname for a dart nickname for Leanne with the last name Topper.
Well, and we talk about the synergy of outfits and darts, and if you have the matching shoes to the jersey, it might make a difference. How about a dart tattoo on your throwing arm? That has to also give you some points.
It goes a long way. It lets people know you play.
See it right there on the forearm.
And you also do the exact location there, just in case you're on stream.
Smart marketing opportunity. What sport do I play again? Oh, darts.
All right, it's been one leg, so let's talk about it now. Asia has one of the most fantastic throws in the game of darts. If I could buy a throw, it'd be one I would spend a lot of money on.
I assure you, keep trying to buy, but no one seems to be selling.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying. Dan Whalen with a good comment. How about an out chart tattooed on your arm? Seems like a really long sleeve.
Topper going to try to push out in front here. The throw is under attack as Jailbird's been doing a good job of finding the consistent scoring rounds in this go.
Yeah, back in the treble.
You're not wrong, though, Sean. It's a beautiful dart form.
And that's a 140 from Asia Jalbert. Leaves 120 after 12 to break right back.
He's going to get a shot at the Shanghai. Will be under some pressure.
Yeah, Leanne does well after the first dart to leave a finish. It should get a dart here. 20. Tops for the 120 checkout.
In style. Sinks the last one down, though. 157 now will have an opportunity for an 18 dart hold a throw.
The outside chance does not go. Asia's had darts at this exact double to win leg number 1. And it's not like it's off by a lot. And she does pin the double 10. 1-1 score line and a break right back for Jalbert.
And we're back on throw here. So Asia just going to go ahead and get things going. Both of these ladies hovering around that 70 average.
Looking to find themselves in the quarterfinals of the Las Vegas Open Women's WDF Gold Ranking 501 Singles event, where the winner books their spot at Lakeside.
Which is quite the prize, isn't it, Sean?
We have a semifinalist last year's Lakeside in our room today, in Jason Brandon. We have a 3-time semifinalist, Indita Hedman, or 3-time finalist, Indita Hedman in the room.
We just saw her on the stream board in top 32, doing damage to Liz Tynan. And there's an opening right there. 26 on the score leaves Asia with an opportunity to really sprint away with her own throw.
Yeah, an English breakfast there.
Which, out of all the different countries' breakfasts, probably like bottom 5.
You say that, but say that when you've had a Michelin star English breakfast.
You can only Michelin beans and toast so much, my friend.
It was delicious.
Asia looking to set up a leave here.
Asia's from Maine. About as Upper East as you can get. And by about, I mean for being in the United States, it is.
Well, no, Alaska's both the
Up
western,
east?
Yeah, it's the eastern and westernmost state. It's on the line, if you actually look at that globe. This is your fun fact of the day.
You're on the line right now.
Just look it up.
Great setup play from Asia. Leaves 60 after 15. Really starting to find their range. I like facts like that.
That's a good fact.
Yeah.
Over to double 10.
Getting cheeky with a double-double.
Good marker there.
Yeah,
and takes advantage.
She's hit the Luke Lidler twice in a row now. 2-1 lead. And arguably should be up 3-0 with all those starts at a double she got in leg number 1.
Yeah, but nothing that she's going to be thinking about at this point, knowing, okay, I have the advantage. I'm going to just continue to do what I'm doing. I clearly feel good with my darts, and those earlier doubles were hopefully not representative of the rest of my game.
All right, let's look at this side profile at both of these players' throws. See, Leanne takes it back a good ways, but that elbow does not move. Asia, again, just nothing wrong with this at all. Can she fill it up? That's a big 140. She got a little quick on the backswing of dart 3. Did you notice that?
Yeah, but in either case was just saying, all right, I got my score on the round. It's everything else is bonus credit on the assignment.
Temperatures in the high 50s Fahrenheit in Las Vegas, with the lows in the 30s at nighttime, and man, you can feel it.
I'm just glad Chad has acknowledged the meridian line here in regards to Alaska.
Congratulations,
Thank you,
Nick.
Anon Yamas.
I feel like that's your burner profile, an anonymous burner profile. Asia just now scoring with the best way to utilize the bull in dart 3. Setting it up beautifully. 105 scored.
Doing a great job of just outscoring Topper here, who after the first leg he's kind of receded in form a little bit.
And that's because you're playing an opponent that's averaging 77 right now. Looking at the big fish, not going to go. Not the best setup play. Topper can put some pressure on with a 2 treble visit.
And that's what Topper's fishing for, is just one good, comfortable round.
Good cover shot to hit the 97. But Asia probably expects 6 starts at least at 112. 72 remains, so options. We'll come back with 60 if Topper does not take out this opportunity.
Asia just still staying in control this whole time. After that first leg, has really shown resilience throughout this entirety of the affair, and trying to show that yesterday's 501 championship was not just an American-centric honor. She wants to be the international crowd today.
And she pins tops. 20 dart, break of throw, and after losing that first leg, Asia has rattled off 3 straight and is 1 leg away from a quarterfinal appearance in this WDF gold ranking event, the Las Vegas Open. And do you think winning yesterday has given her all the confidence in the world for this?
Certainly has to help. Getting those wins on the board, no matter what event it is, always make sure your darts are flying straight and that you're feeling confident. And her form has increased from yesterday, where she kind of was hovering around the mid-60s. In this match, staying in the high 70s, found another gear. We do know about decent breakfasts. I'm sorry. I take back my earlier remarks. Don't want to alienate the audience.
We come from a place of biscuits and gravy. We're fine.
It's true. Just ask the bullhitters what they prefer nowadays.
Exactly. They couldn't stop eating it. Well, the winner of this does not get any easier. Asia comes in as the 8 seed, by the way. Quarterfinal means that the 1 seed potentially awaits, and that is Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who is playing Wendy Carter right now. So the winner of that match will get the winner of this one.
Pretty much any of those matchups, as you shake them, it's hard to pick a clear favorite. You have people you think are going to win. You have people you think are going to move on. But any one of these girls has a claim at this title so far.
Well, a lot of big names are out of this Las Vegas Open already for the women's side.
When you have this many big names, a couple are bound to fall short. Good 140 there for Topper, finally giving a little bit of a, hey, where has that been to herself there, knowing that this leg is still important. A break a throw here, you get the throw back, all of a sudden you're in the last leg decider. Asia doesn't want to come to that.
Yeah, unfortunately the math there did not math correctly. Didn't switch at the right time, leaves a bogey. So Leanne looking at the setup play, she does that beautifully, leaves 90. All Asia can do is set up and put pressure on. That's exactly what she's looking like she's going to do.
Just confirming where that dart's lying.
88 left. Man. So Leanne, almost a must-go. Starting on the 20s.
Going to get guaranteed dart at the bullseye. Was not happy with the location of that dart.
I have not seen that one before, and I loved it.
48 left. 32 for the match. And Asia Jalbert hits it. Big darts from Jalbert. Continues her fantastic weekend, and she is now a quarterfinalist in the WDF Women's Las Vegas Open.
Yeah, natural talent has shown true beauty on the board for Asia, and I'm really excited to see how her run continues to develop.
It will be against Rhiannon O'Sullivan in the quarterfinal for Asia. So a tough test.
A beautiful test. Every test has been tough so far, but that might be the toughest yet, Sean.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing you this coverage from the 46th Annual Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open and the Tuscany Suites and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Durachi DeShera and Will Stewart of USA Darts Productions. We will be back in action with our next match right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
What is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put one dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 46th Annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open. This is the WDF Gold Ranking event, the namesake of the tournament weekend, the Las Vegas Open. And we got ourselves a fantastic battle between our 2 champions yesterday in their events. Lisa Yee, the ADO Women's 501 National Champion, taking on Eve Watson, who was the singles cricket women's champion last night. So we've seen both these players be successful here in this last 16. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Durachi DeShera. Nick, this is a fantastic battle.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this one transpires here. Of course, we know Eve can play a pretty mean game of cricket, we found out, and she found out as well as it was her first time ever playing competitive cricket.
Yeah,
but
how about that?
That being said, of course, this is going to be her wheelhouse, and the scoring prowess we saw, the marks per round output, it was impressive in the cricket side. So you expect decent scoring here, if not more than decent, as it's a last 16 matchup, and near perfection is going to be expected at times.
I know I mentioned this last night, but I just want to let the chat know ahead of time so you guys can agree with me. Eve Watson's throw reminds me very much of Robert Thornton in the way that she kind of sets up with the kind of aggressive setup play.
It's not a bad comparison.
And honestly, if you're going to have a throw that you're kind of matching a multiple finalist in PTC Majors in Robert Thornton and a seniors world champion, probably isn't a bad person to replicate.
Yeah, not in the slightest.
And of course, Lisa Yee, residing in Phoenix, Arizona currently, originally, as I have to point this out, being a Hoosier myself, from Indianapolis, Indiana.
You always got to claim your 5% there, it seems, when it's Lisa Yee, and I don't blame you, because that is a great person to have representing your state, regardless of what state. She claims both nowadays, I believe.
Yeah, and she is, you want to talk about one of the nicest human beings in the world. Lisa Yee is up there.
Currently trying to get to a finish here to challenge the throw of Watson.
Last 16 is a first to 4 legs here in this format, which is the same format it will be until the final. The final is the only bump for the ladies.
Oh.
Look at that. That is the craziest Robin Hood opportunity. It looks like it got pinned between the actual tips. Like the tip got pinned.
Yeah, that was a very unique showing there. Not atypical to what you would expect to see from a Robin Hood like that. Yeah, it seemed to defy physics in that regard.
Isaac Newton's rolling over in his grave at the way that dart landed.
164 will be the look. Tried to go for the 19s. Not going to be able to pin it here. And Lisa now on the 132 champagne shot.
Trying to pop the cork.
She certainly would like to.
She's doing a different route.
72.
Oh, it's on.
Wait a second.
Double 12. That would have been a unique way to take out the 132, to say the least.
The least.
We've seen 80s or 106 taken out already today. Eve's not going to take it out here. So it'll break the throw right away for Lisa Yee in this race to 4. It's a bit awkward. You're going to have to move over. Yeah, and you can see how awkward it is with how much of a flyer that first one is. She is now off the camera.
Yeah, having trouble finding the double there.
Oh, no.
Slips well away, but
at least it busted instead of hitting a single 9.
Absolutely, and now 68 has an opportunity to go for Eve to try to hold the throw that has been under attack. We'll get a dart at tops. Doesn't sail it there.
Reprieve for Yee. Double 6. Pins the top corner of it.
That was a blessing there. With how much you were struggling at the 12 to go outside would be more frustrating than just going inside and getting a different segment to throw at.
Well, you see the do-si-do from Lisa Yee. The break a throw gives her the throw here in leg number 2. Both of these players not at the standard that they've been playing at all day yet in this match. Eve is averaging 61 for the tournament. Lisa Yee at a 58. So both of them well below their standard currently. More so Eve than Lisa right now. We got to speak to Eve last night after the final of the singles cricket. Absolutely well-spoken, fantastic human being.
Yeah, on top of that, a fierce competitor, again, winning that cricket event after never playing competitive cricket before, showing top form heading into today. Throwing those Daytona Fire darts that used to be ever so popular, and then throwing in more of a nostalgic dart with Lisa Yee throwing the laser bits from Horizon.
Yeah, she gets to build those darts, the barrels all unscrew from each other, so you can almost customize your grip the way that you want to. It's the first time I've ever seen darts like that. The cover shots from Eve have been saving her so far.
Yeah, both these ladies a little bit below the margins of where you would expect them to be, but we saw that with Lisa Yee moments with her stage play before where she was either all or nothing, and there was times where she was really receding low in her average. She's going to try her best to continue to up her game here. Eve has not shown the form that she has yesterday yet, but still plenty of time left in this matchup to get those things going. You want to get into that last 8.
You see the frustration smile kind of settling in. How about this, Nick? This is an update from out in the venue on the men's side of things. Leonard Gates out.
Shocking. You expect him to be one of those people you see at least into the quarters, if not top 8. To be out that early in the bracket is something he didn't expect of himself either.
No, for sure not. And we talked to him before the match, and he seemed very loose and relaxed and just got beat there in that opening round.
Watson now at the 115 here to get a leg on the board. He's going to be having success on this campaign so far.
Gets a dart at tops and pins the 115 checkout. Our largest of the stream so far today, the 115.
See a 106 check earlier.
And a break right back for Watson. That'll settle Watson down a bit, you think?
Yeah, I don't know if it's just being amped up or having the high expectations here. But Eve is going to be someone that composes themselves consistently, and when they're down and trot, they're going to try to get themselves back online.
How about this? We had 435 men register for this event today. 435.
Yeah, a lot of competitors and a lot of people trying to make claims to show, hey, we like our darts over here. Yeah, a lot of international participation, but of course a lot of North American participation as well. Great to see that expanding field continue to rise and push the boundary of darts over here on this side of the pond.
Could not have said it better myself.
That's why I said it.
Fair.
Well, 125 from Lisa Yee, responded by 100 from Watson, picking up their scoring to being more in the realm, already both lifting their average up 10 points after that first leg bout.
Which, just based on form, you expect it to happen like that.
Expect, yes, guarantee. You never know, especially when you're playing on the stage. You're this deep into the bracket. But once one player starts firing, you usually expect the other one to find the same.
How about this? Jacob Womack out as well. He is going to be catching a flight tomorrow across the pond. He's in Group B of Modus.
Oh, wow.
This week.
Glad to see he still took time here to play in the North American competition before going over there. Want to take a stab at getting some points here on the WDF board.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. We have 2 Americans playing Modus this week. Adam Savada starts Monday in Group A. He's already across the pond. Cheers, Adam. Wishing you all the best. Newly sponsored Red Dragon player. And speaking of Red Dragon, Eve was the only female to qualify for the Champion of Champions Red Dragon event.
Quite the honorific right there. They must have gotten the wrong number for me. You see an 82 here. Gonna take a moment. 68 remaining. Should shoot the 18 for the guaranteed dart just in case.
Only 15 scored. 67 left.
She's frustrated on this one.
Treble 17. It should be the look. Yeah, it does eventually work out that math.
Yeah, it leaves on 50.
Which is still a 2-dart combination. So Eve can put some pressure, if not, obviously, if she cannot take this out, which she cannot now.
Lisa having the calculation errors could definitely slowed down and did a little bit of icing, even if unintentionally so, on Eve.
And unfortunately misses the big number. Only 15 scored, so 35 left for Yee. She can't play around with this too much. 18 remains. So double 9. Oh, and just on the outside wire.
Yeah, questionable from Lisa, though, on the shot selection there. And you can see the doubts on her mathing part of her game, which is something you don't typically see from her.
Oh, misses the big 14 segment. Does Eve. She already took out one 3-figure checkout, was trying to take out another. Will that mistake cost her? For another break a throw.
This would be massive. And very much needed. Besides the splits. And it was a paid-off decision there. Lisa Yee up 2-1. The Phoenix rises again.
And it's another break a throw. 3 in a row in this match. See the throw of Lisa. First of all, it definitely was not a camera angle. She is tiny but mighty.
And she does have a little bit of a flick of her dart at the very end of her throw there. Yesterday we saw her kind of short-arming it a little bit more. Today having a little bit of a cleaner follow-through. And Eve Watson, that Thorn-like throw, looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it starts off with a 140, attacking the throw of her opponent, like both have done so far in this match.
We saw the ADO National Championships yesterday. We saw the Cricket Championships as well, and now we're seeing the Gold event get underway, and it's really getting into the thick of it here.
Yeah, the namesake tournament here, the Las Vegas Open. Pretty much the reason all of these players are attending this weekend, for the opportunity to earn their spot at Lakeside in 2025.
Hedman does move on to that top 8 lineup. Getting ever so stacked in that field. Knocking out Roxanne Van Tassel.
Man, what a battle this match has been in this last 16. Breaks a throw left, right, and center. We're trying to get, and Eve's trying to make it 4 in a row. Oh, that first start is frustrating. Needs a treble.
And doesn't find it there. Off her throw again. 1-2-1 has an opportunity. Doesn't need to go on the bowl anyways, so going to go back for setup on the last.
But only leaves 79.
Not as much as you would hope.
So Lisa can pressure this a little bit.
Legs are won and lost on the setup rounds.
Chooses the 25 segment on dart 3, which great counting. It leaves a treble to single. But that didn't matter as Eve takes out the 79 textbook. Treble 19, double 11. That was beautiful. 2-2 scoreline.
And Rhiannon Sullivan and Asia Jalbert will be our next round matchup in that top 8, and that should be an enticing affair and pretty much one of the most important matches of this entire tournament, debatably, on the women's side of the affair.
Yeah, the 8 seed taking on the 1 seed there in that quarterfinal.
Lisa's dart kicked down there. It's going to be hard to find that 20 bed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised she's not switching down to the 19s with how that first starts lying in there from time to time. I think that she would benefit from switching more, kind of like Eve just did right there.
And taking advantage of your cover shots is crucial in moments like these. Every point matters so much more, and if you have a higher chance of maximizing on a segment, you should absolutely go for it. And of course, with the way her darts are either coming straight in or slightly tilted down, leaves plenty of room when she does find the bed for growth there, of course.
Reminder, you can follow along with Dart Connect of all the matches going on currently in our venue. Just click on the WDF tab when you get to Dart Connect. And click on the Las Vegas Open. Eve miles ahead in this leg. You're going to stay right there.
Of course, Lisa Yee did play Asia Jalbert in that ADO finals yesterday with a 5-0 win for Asia. But the field changes when you get the WDF involved and you get all the international players in the field.
Oh, Eve just misses the 114 on tops. That would have been a 15 dart hole to throw. She will be back. Plenty of time. Yeah, for those that watched yesterday, we had 2 events yesterday.
Both these players making finals.
Yep.
One of which winning.
And Eve takes a 3-2 lead, the first lead and hold of throw in this match. One leg away here for Eve Watson in a quarterfinal appearance.
But if you're Lisa, you just need to perform a good leg here. The last leg is not the most important one in the world to lose, as that is in the 20 bed and falls right out to the floor.
60 on the floor there. And in the devastating way, not the Scott Hanisch way. The cover shots have been leg savers.
Lisa's going to have to pay no mind to that previous turn. You see the head shake, though, after the first dart was not happy. This could be costly.
Yeah, and unable to adjust, which is always the main frustration.
I just love how firm the darts hit the board for Eve. It has a nice arching angle on them. Very traditional in that like. And just has a good stage presence. It's subtle, but felt.
Lisa needs to catch fire quickly if she wants to stay in this tournament. Great cover on the last, or great catch on the last.
It's not a catch if you're aiming at it, is what I was always told.
Aren't you always, when you're catching something, aren't you trying to aim to catch it? Every time, or else you're going to miss it?
No.
Was this a saying that your dad told you?
Yes.
That makes sense. Because it doesn't make sense.
All over the bed there. Couldn't squeeze them all in, but still solid scoring attempt. Pulling out in front, but still under attack. Was playing for the 133, still can hit it. Finds 95 on the turn.
Yeah, staying about even. This is where it becomes important. Lisa had the opportunity to leave the first look at a finish. Got to get that job accomplished first. Does that, leaves the 161, but Eve, a huge opportunity.
Ton to ton plus here.
And that is beautiful. The 140 timed perfectly. Almost must go, this 161 for Lisa.
I would argue it has to go, and it will not go. Well off the margins there. Going to try to recollect. Eve Watson, it's now hers to lose at 68 with 3 darts in hand.
It might only be 1 dart at a double.
The Phoenix might be turned to ashes here.
Tops. Will she be back? 1 match start missed for Eve Watson. Options on what to start on.
Adam Savada showing his support.
Adam, good luck. And Modus this week. Dominate, do your thing.
Eve has to take this here as Lisa has to fade more darts. Lisa will get another opportunity to make this match point.
Yeah, did fade more darts.
It's about as many favors as Eve is willing to give in this leg.
This will send us to a last league decider. Oh, and just above and then below the wire. So Eve Watson gets double two to defeat Lisa Yee in a sigh of relief. 4-2 victory for Watson. She continues on, a quarterfinalist in this Las Vegas Open Women's WDF 501 Singles Gold Ranking event. Nick, Lisa, and Eve ended up with the averages right where they wanted to be, but it goes the way of the Welsh.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal performance from Eve. Very solid, continuing to get better throughout the rest of the match, and really solidifying the claim of, hey, I'm here. I have 7 other people in my way, and I want to be the one holding the trophy at the end. And Lisa Yee, fortunately, will not complete the run today. But make sure to give us a like and a follow over on Facebook and YouTube. USA Darts on either one of those platforms, whichever one you like viewing, as we will be bringing you action here for all of the Las Vegas Open and all year round. We cover more events than ever. You can see the hall is still full with moxie, energy, and darting desires from all these different players. Sean, we have a good one coming up next, don't we?
Yes. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Asia Gilbert and Reed O'Sullivan there will be a good one, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that top 8 match will play off.
Yeah, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, the number 1 seed, will be taking on the number 8 seed in Asia Jalbert. That match will be coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Hit that like button, hit that share button. Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart, live at the Las Vegas Open. Back with more right after this. Welcome back to the WDF Gold Ranking event here in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Open. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira. Nick, we have the number 1 seed, Rhiannon O'Sullivan from Wales, taking on Asia Jalbert. Asia, the newly crowned ADO 501 national champion as of yesterday.
Yeah, going to be curious to see how Asia performs in this matchup, knowing how tough of an opponent O'Sullivan truly is. Someone that, of course, needs no introduction, very well accomplished in their career on the dartboard. And Asia, early on in her career, just exiting that youth stage and starting to get into the adults section of the game. 1 seed versus 8 seed, though, shows that these competitors were bound to see each other at some point. You also have the 2 seed going against the 7 seed, Dita Hedman going up against Eve Watson.
Yeah, Rhiannon has 13 WDF ranking titles. And that includes the Europe Cup Women for the WDF in 2010. She also has a PDC Women's Series title, winning the 2023 Women's Series 6 in Milton Keynes.
Quite the tough field that is. But any of these competitions, I feel like their standard has just risen so much. You can attribute it to whatever you like. I definitely think the Queen of the Palace run had helped revitalize a lot of the women's game to new heights. And now we're seeing it in multiple aspects, multiple fields, multiple circuits, including the great things that WDF has been doing to promote the women's game with the Women's World Championship as well. And who doesn't want to go to Lakeside? Historic venue, lots of honor, lots of prowess.
And honestly, it was a great tournament to watch and from over here. Of course, it helps to have Jason Brand and Paul Lim doing what they were doing.
Definitely got the North American scene fired up there in multiple aspects.
Yes, they did.
And the rest of the world as well. Paul Lim, one of the most beloved pros of all time. 93 will be the look here for O'Sullivan.
Treble 19 for double 18. 86 left. Will come back with 53 if she returns. Jalbert sitting on 90. Going the 20 route to ensure a dart at the bull if needed. Bullseye for a break of throw in leg number 1. Just a bit outside.
Yeah, sails away from her there. Not going to be happy with the attempt on the bull. This is a little bit interesting, though. 47 now. 15 or 7 is the shot here. Double 16 it is. Doesn't collect on the last good attempt on the last dart, but only affording herself 1 dart at a double was not something she had in mind with that turn.
Cleanup duty here for Asia, and it's double 15. Pins the double 15.
We saw her go out of her way to go for a double 10 leave using double 15, showing that, again, comfortability comes first. Optimal routes sometimes can come second when it comes to setups like that, especially if you're going to pin it like that. Beautiful darts.
And the 501 national champion breaks the throw of O'Sullivan here in leg number 1. Rhiannon almost just has like a rapid fire throw, just gets on with it. Which is, it's interesting when Asia looks deliberate, because she's not a slow player at all. But when you compare it to O'Sullivan, the pace is definitely
more calculated,
more deliberate.
You expect O'Sullivan to just continue to find that scoring power we saw in that first leg. It was the doubles and the setups at the end. That unfortunately hurt her last claim there. Asia going to be happy with that opportunity, but needs to try to hold her throw that is completely under a full-on attack.
And a little let off the gas there for O'Sullivan. So Asia, 2 trouble turn. Put her right back in the driver's seat. 1 trouble to leave a finish. Does not do it. So 6 starts from 169 to break right back for O'Sullivan. And only 60 scored. Again, Asia an opportunity to put some pressure on.
But not so much pressure applied so far. Not ideal in the turn there with just 43 on the score.
Would have loved to have done better.
It's the bare minimum. The green and red emblem, of course, the Welsh flag to those in chat asking. Need to practice our vexology, everybody.
Look at you throwing in a word. By the way, if you're looking for context clues for that, that just is going to be the study of flags. As O'Sullivan does plant tops into the segment.
Finding that red bit there.
1-1 scoreline.
Get right to it here. Not going to waste any time. Might be a little bit of a spark for O'Sullivan getting that leg on the board. And Jalbert kind of slowing down a little bit, dipping right below to potentially under 60, as O'Sullivan's about to dip over 70 potentially.
Rhiannon O'Sullivan has the highest average in the tournament so far, heading into this match at a 72. Asia back at a 63.5 for the tournament.
Yeah, you're going to expect that finish line average to be 75 or higher minimum. That being said, you don't need to perform that at every step, every match. But in this point on, it's kind of where the line really is. And if you're not crossing it, you're going to fall behind it.
As we give you this quarterfinal lineup for the ladies of who is remaining. Of course, this one currently, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Asia Jalbert. The winner of this one will play the winner of Paula Murphy and either Jessica Melton or Carolyn Mars. And then at the bottom of the board, Dita Hedman is taking on Eve Watson. It's a great battle. And then Tanya Bincic taking on Wendy Ryan Statler, our finalists from last year, trying to get one step further.
Yeah, those 9 remaining names about to be the top 8, and it's a beautiful field at that. An ability and personality and people.
Double 5. And international representation. It's very diverse. 84 remains. Not going to get a look at double 12.
Jessica Melton, the 29th seed, does defeat number 13 seed Carolyn Mars from Jessica Melton from that Utah area.
So the quarterfinals are set. Rhiannon does pin double 2, necessary double to pin, and it's a hole to throw, but it feels like more than that. Halfway to the finish line now in a 2-1 lead over Jalbert.
And a little disparaging there for Asia, as you kind of almost expected her to steal the leg towards the end of it and didn't finish the job. And now all of a sudden is facing a downwards position. Now does have the throw here. Still work to do.
You can see the textbook throw of Asia Jalbert. A throw that was, if it was for sale, you'd pay a lot of money for.
You keep trying to buy him, Sean.
I know. And then Rianne just goes straight to the eye line and shoves it forward. Very rapid fire.
I do love seeing the differences in players throw because you can learn a lot about even just regionally where someone's from just by watching how they throw the darts. Well, don't be confused. Gilbert's throw very reminiscent of that Asian-centric style of throw that is not really where she's from, considering she's from Maine.
Yep.
The second most eastern state.
Nice 140 there from O'Sullivan. Sitting on 216 after 9. PDC Women's Series champion, event champion, and Rianne O'Sullivan.
Does set herself up kindly at the 116.
Asia going to look back up. Should leave a finish at this point. Does exactly that. Big 139 to leave a 2-dart combination.
Doesn't quite take her throw back, but this might be in danger still. O'Sullivan doesn't find the 18. Now, Gilbert has to hit this 100, though, to make things chalk.
For a hole to throw. Do we go tops? I don't
Split
know
mind
if
on that
she
one.
knew what she wanted to do there.
That was a split mind dart there, one way or another.
Double 9 for a massive 3-1 lead. Oh, and she can't do it now.
Does tee it up in case of the return that Gilbert does not want to give her.
Goes inside now on the favorite side of the board for her. Double 10. Must go. And it does. Pins dead center of the double 10. And it's a hole to throw that feels like a break. And it is tie ball game. 2 legs apiece. We're halfway to the finish line. Durachi.
That we are, Sean. Sorry, I was buffering in my brain apparently there. No, it was a great showing so far for the first half. It's neck and neck in this one. Not much separating the two. You talk about O'Sullivan being an inspiration lately for the women's dart game and Gilbert being one of those talents that has been leading to new inspirations for more up-and-coming dart players. It's so fascinating to see how many new women are approaching the game. And we've actually talked with Eve Watson and we talked with Lisa Yee and talked about giving advice to these young women that are going to be picking up the sticks and continuing to try to find more and more dominant talents in this women's game.
Well, the number 1 seed for the men is out. Jason Brandon loses to Joelle Heisen 3-2 in the top 128. So Lakeside semifinalist is out of this tournament.
It's a testament to the quality of the field as Heisen showed what they can really do yesterday, beating up Ram Guevara on the cricket game that we saw. Beautiful 140 there from Asia. Putting O'Sullivan under a little bit of heat here. Rianne not going to break a sweat on this one, though. Going to continue to just play their own game. Both these girls are just taking the board and facing that. The opponent is secondary in their thought process. Maybe even tertiary.
I like that you're trying to make our viewers smarter with your word choices.
Word of the day has really been paying off for me lately.
Is it like a calendar that you own?
Yeah, well, I pirated it.
You got to steal the word of the day?
O'Sullivan here at 115, still on for the shot. Not going to be able to get a dart at a double here.
Yeah, all Asia can do is try to put some pressure on the 16 that remains.
O'Sullivan should take this leg and get themselves to match point first. She would certainly like to.
Double 2, chasing it. This would be a massive 108 checkout.
One time on the one time.
Still doable. Treble 18.
Doesn't go. And O'Sullivan's going to be happy to approach the board here and knows it needs to get done on this throw. And having trouble finding the two.
Oh, my.
Throwing her hands up in disgust. 66 now has a very viable chance.
Yeah, would have loved to have it set up a little bit better. Double 4.
Just confirming with the chalker here is that was not the intended route.
And you see that so often. Madhouse. And that's why they call it that.
Sullivan showing some serious frustrations now. Before a couple of wavering moments. Now all of a sudden if Jailbird takes this,
Great marker.
she would be favored.
Better marker. Oh, and it kisses hard off the dart and fires inside. Edge of your seat moments. And pins double 1 and gives a come on.
Yeah, that wasn't even in celebration of hitting it. It was in aggravation of it getting to that point.
Yeah, almost it's about time.
But Asian not going to pay much mind. Just going to get right back into the action here. Sullivan quick to approach the Aki and just continue to push on with this as well. We'll say the ladies have had a great pace of play across all their matches so far. It's made for some great viewing material as Eve Watson is knocked out by Dita Hedman in a 4-1 win. Dita is your first semifinalist here at the Las Vegas Open.
Wow. The men are still just in the top 128 to get to the top 64, so we're going to see the majority of the heart of that Las Vegas Open at the conclusion here. And great 140 for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Gets right back into the leg.
Wendy Reinstadler beats Tanya 4-0 in her match, so that first semi is already set with Wendy and Dita in that one.
Which is a rematch of last year's quarterfinals, where Wendy bested Dita Hedman 4-0 in this event. Asia, it's on. It's on. Tops for a 160 checkout. Big 160 for Asia Jalbert.
My goodness. And getting some respect from O'Sullivan as it is now down to the wire here. 3-3 and a hold to throw in style from Asia. She's going to be fired up going into this. O'Sullivan taking that moment of composure, knowing that it all comes down to one leg to see who moves on to that semi.
You know what that deserves?
Round of applause.
Boom goes the dynamite for Asia Jalbert.
We just lost 25% of our viewers.
That would be impossible, sir.
And all over the 20 segment again, but just hugging low on that wire. 60 points on the turn. O'Sullivan fired up.
Gets a 135.
O'Sullivan's scoring has just been so consistent, though. It's hard to go against her throw.
Look at these averages. Nothing in them. 69 plays 68.
An unfortunate bounce out there. Sullivan still finding that 20 bed. Throwing at it as if she's almost mad that it was avoiding her.
And this is what champions and experience does. They know when to hit the gas pedal. And Rihanna's doing that so far in this leg. And unfortunately, Asia not finding a treble so far.
O'Sullivan will leave a finish here at 146. Asia's going to start needing to ask for some favors, even though she did herself plenty in the last.
I like that Asia attempted to just find a different segment. Unfortunately, with how far off that first 19 was, you kind of have to bail on that mission. Rianne just going to set it up.
In control of her own destiny. She's throwing so well in the leg that matters most. Asia's been near millimeters away from challenging it, but hasn't quite got there. Won't be able to leave a finish on this either.
Yeah, and that's the storyline right there. First 2 darts could have been trebles, end up singles, and single to double combination for the match. And the 1 seed to move on to the semis, not yet. 2 match darts come and gone. She will have more.
And more that she is not likely to miss, but we have seen double troubles in the past. Asia's only thinking about getting to a finish herself. She can't worry about the extracurriculars, but the assignment might be just getting turned in here. O'Sullivan for the double 10, taking that extra moment. Looking for the red bit. Sails
does
away
not
on
get it. Asia did well to leave herself a finish. She already hit the 160.
She won't hit the 150, though. You can see the frustration starting to catch up to her there. Shaking her head, thinking it might be over. O'Sullivan certainly wants it to be over, but hasn't found the double yet. Does find it on the double 5, though.
Chases it to the double 5. Potentially the last match start that she was going to get, and she hits it. Rianne O'Sullivan is a semifinalist here at this Las Vegas Open. And Asia Jalbert, I mean, a fantastic performance. Just falls a little bit short in the last leg.
Well, the ADO national champion did well to get herself to a top 8 and 1 leg away from a semifinals appearance here in a gold event. She's going to show more and more promise as her career continues to develop, Sean.
You are correct. Well, Rianne O'Sullivan is awaiting the winner of Jessica Melton and Paula Murphy. That's currently ongoing, and you said this earlier. The first semifinal is set. Dita Hedman taking on Wendy Ryan Statler. Wendy was the finalist last year, falling to Fallon Sherrick, and this is a rematch of the quarterfinals in which Dita was bested 4-0.
Well, we'll be back to action in just a moment's time to continue our coverage of the Las Vegas Open here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. I'm Nick Scher, joined by Sean Green and Will Stewart. Don't go far, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the 46th Annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open, live at the Tuscany Suites and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms this weekend, Nick DeShera. Nick, this is a absolutely massive semifinal bout between a couple of English players, Dita Hedman and Wendy Reinstadler.
Yeah, showing their dominance on the dartboard. We've seen Dita do her damage earlier, Wendy to do her own showing here. I'm looking forward to seeing every bit of it. And, of course, Eve Watson on the chalk.
Yeah, an all-international affair up there on the stage here at the Las Vegas Open, which honestly you'll love to see. And Wendy came out of the gates firing on all cylinders in match number 1, averaging 82 in start of her defense to make the finals 2 years running. She did lose in the finals last year to Fallon Sherrick, but in the process defeated Dita Hedman 4-0.
Ooh, quite the accomplishment.
I wonder if Hedman remembers that and is trying to get a little revenge here on Wendy.
Hedman clearly remembers where the 20 segment is, as they've been lighting up the treble pretty consistently. And that was the remedy of the last match, was constant scoring and doing well on the off doubles, right? The double 9s and the double 7s.
And a reminder for those of you tuning in with us, there is a lot of action still happening in our venue. The men's Las Vegas Open is currently ongoing, but they are miles behind the ladies, as they're in the 128 spot currently with 435 signups on the men's side of things.
Quite the highly contested field with all these different talents, so many different players showing up and really making their claim.
Could you imagine playing 3 matches and then just now being in the top 64?
No, because I wouldn't get past the first one, Sean.
Well, it's an imaginative thing. You could dream, can't you?
Dita's dreaming that this double 18 will get in first leg on the board with a 93 average so far. Should be able to work in. Does so a little too much. But finds a double 9, 2 for 2 in her streamed attempts at that, by the way.
Yeah, go straight at it. Dita currently second overall in the averages at a 70. Wendy at a 66 for the tournament. Both through 5 matches. Wendy only 60 on the start. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but I just want to give a huge shout out to Dita Hedman for no longer using the reflex points, which we love 180 as a company, don't get us wrong. But those reflex points do a little too much boing, 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 boing into the board.
What I do appreciate about Wendy here is the players that are undercover, just wearing no jersey, unless they are sponsored by Adidas. I guess there's no guarantees, but wearing just a nice casual polo on top. It shows that you can be an absolute threat, and if someone doesn't do their research before getting into this field, they'll be in for a shock, like they were earlier playing against her. She's now currently a couple legs away from trying to get to that final.
Yeah, it'd absolutely be surprising and their own fault for any ladies that had to go up against Wendy earlier to not know who she was based on last year's results alone, only losing to Fallon in the final.
Respectable loss. Had been scoring slowed down a little bit here. Wendy's has picked up. Doing to light up that 20 bed. Finding another 140 on the board.
Gives herself the first look at a finish with the throw. The Caribbean Queen does not leave a finish. 93 remains, so treble 19 will leave 36. Does exactly that. Beautiful setup play. Hedman way back on 194. Can't do anything but put pressure.
Pressure she wants to apply, debatably needs to apply. I say that just because you can't give either one an edge so far. Wendy, though, wants to make this chalk. It's going to be okay with that miss. And okay with that hit. As it's now 1-1 here on our semifinal matchup. We only have one North American player, specifically one U.S. player in the semis. It's either to Paula or Jessica Melton. Paul Murphy just getting her first leg on the board, currently down 2-1 against Jessica Melton.
Yeah, it's really cool. We're either going to have a English versus American final or English versus Wales final, which is wonderful.
No matter how you shape it up, we're spoiled to be here.
You can say that again. USA Darts Productions bringing you this coverage of the Las Vegas Open. The WDF Women's Gold Ranking event. First place in this for the ladies is $1,000. $500 to second. Both of these ladies are already guaranteed at least $250. But would love to maximize the profits and, of course, earn their spot at Lakeside.
Which is the real carrot on the stick. And yes, the prize money is nice. Who doesn't want a little bit extra spending money, especially in Las Vegas, of all places? But on top of that, you're thinking, okay, let me just go ahead and get that ticket to Lakeside. I want to play in the World Championships. Hedman trying to make headway in this one.
Yeah, a little bit more of a slow-moving leg. In the quarterfinals last year, Wendy averaged 81 to Hedman's 76 in that victory. Dita back in the driver's seat of this leg.
You're doing a good job of defending her throw so far against Wendy, who has been keen on challenging it, but does not leave a finish here. Kind of sailing away, though. Errant darts from Wendy.
It's always frustrating when you cannot adjust off the fives. And now Hedman will absolutely leave the first look at a finish. But only 59. Two treble visit can put some pressure on. Oh, that secondary was a little snatchy.
Yeah, a little bit of a feast or famine so far from Wendy. It's all or nothing on her approaches. And the last couple of results have led closer to nothing than everything.
$68 will be what remains for Hedman when she returns. Still looking for just anything at this point as Wendy in this leg. It's not happening.
He hasn't found her spark in this one. Hedman will get at least one dart here. She's going to stay in the 16 segment. Does not collect, so 150 is an outside opportunity for a break a throw.
Yeah, very tough ask. That's not going to happen. And again, just a little bit too much left and right. Good cover shot on the last one to save the round, but probably too little too late for a hole to throw. And a 2-1 lead in this race to 4.
Has to play off that dart here. And overcorrects on the last. Wendy now has a way more obtainable opportunity.
It's only going to be one dart at tops. Goes over the top and does not collect. Does collect it. Big break a throw for Ryan Statler. And it's now a 2-1 lead. And Hedman misses multiple darts at a double, and it cost her that leg.
Yeah, an error that we haven't seen out of her yet on the stream, and an error she does not want to repeat again either in this matchup. Wendy, too tough an opponent to let in like that, especially when she wasn't really having a particularly strong leg herself, as Hedman finds a 180 on the dartboard to course correct quickly for the Caribbean Queen.
Perfect start for Hedman. That's actually her first for the event today. And it's our first streamed 180 today. The top 8 match that is still ongoing out there for the ladies. Jessica Melton up 3-1 on Paula Murphy.
Jessica Melton putting a lot of time into the game lately and kind of going on what some would consider a Cinderella run just because of the toughness of the field. Although 29th seed, making it to this point in the bracket, going to be happy about that so far.
But definitely would be an upset if
certainly.
she were to defeat Paula Murphy. It's a perfect first start for Wendy. Unable to follow it. And Hedman started off the leg with a 180, would not like to finish with one.
We'll tear this down, though. Should be in pretty prime real estate. Love every bit of that. Good shot on the last there. Hedman making headway once again.
Leads 58 after 12. So a chance at a 14 darter to break right back and go back on throw. And that is the type of response you'll see from a legend of the game like Dita Hedman. Well, she'll be back, but double trouble still a factor. And 10 is not the easiest one. And Wendy's going to put some pressure on. Maximum pressure.
Yeah, went for the cleanup duty on the last. This is where Hedman struggled in this matchup so far.
Is it an awkward marker or a good one?
That's awkward.
There is not a lot of space. It's just the very right side of that double.
You're throwing right into your dart, hoping it pushes in, and that's a great, perfectly positioned dart from the Caribbean Queen there to make this chalk and a break right back.
What a dart. Annie Oakley-esque for her to find just that very small section of the right side of the double. And we got ourselves a battle. Only 8 scored to start off with for Hedman, though. And then Wendy follows it with a 24. Yeah, it was not an 8 scored. I didn't think so.
Good position there on that dart. Well thrown. Finds a 140 on the turn.
With the throw already miles out after 6 darts. So Hedman in the driver's seat. Trying to become the first finalist.
Dita, of course, a player is so used to being a front runner in most of her matches that she's always the most comfortable in those positions, it seems. When she's doing well, it's usually really well.
Yeah, just rolling along.
And this leg, Wendy along for the ride, it seems.
Setup play. Not going to be very much from Hedman. But Wendy is miles behind.
136 more than obtainable here. Not so much now.
Pretty much impossible. Good cover from Hedman. Just kind of save the setup play. Only 45. .33 scored. He was 21. Double 8. Pins the double 8. Cleanup duty on aisle 54, and Hedman gets it done. 3-2 lead. Now from the Kingston, Jamaica native and current UK resident.
Yeah, Wendy not going to be happy with her performance so far, even though she's only down one leg. Just the number she's putting up well off the margins of where you'd expect her to be. Hedman finding a nice, solid B-plus game performance so far. We know what she's capable of when she's on all cylinders.
Hedman back in the trouble. Big 140 start against the throw. And that's after the miserable start from Wendy. But she's going to make up for it right here. Nice 140.
Still time in this matchup for her. A hold a throw is all she needs to get to a last leg decider. You can't give up on the opportunity yet. Not with all of Adidas watching.
Hedman follows the 140 with a 135. Brilliant scoring leg. Wants to end this right here, right now. Doesn't even want to have to worry about a last leg decider.
Can you blame her?
Yeah. Another big 140 after 9 darts. Sitting pretty at 86. Potential chance an 11 darter to win the match and book her spot in the final of the Las Vegas Open WDF Gold Ranking event.
Gonna be harder now over to the 15s. Will not get it done in this leg. Just gonna make sure she sets up properly.
Which she does to leave 16. Wendy back on 2-2-3 can do nothing but make sure that she leaves a finish. Got to switch here. Oh no, misses the big segment.
But it might be inconsequential as Hedman expects this to go. She demands it to go. But can she force her will to make it happen? She cannot.
It's a bust, but she'll be back because Wendy missed the big number. And unfortunately, only 26 scored there. So Hedman, another opportunity. And this time she pins it. Dita Hedman is your first finalist of the Las Vegas Open Women's WDF 501 Singles Gold Ranking event. It remains seen on who she's going to play. It's either going to be the winner of Jessica Melton and Paula Murphy or Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Well, Jessica Melton just busted on 56 for the match. Paula Murphy sitting on 32.
Just to send us to leg number 6 in that match. The men are still off and rolling, starting to get into the top 32, top 64 range. A couple still behind that. But some big names out, some big names still left in that bad boy. And a lot of action still coming your way here at the 2025 Las Vegas Open.
Joined by Alex Feldman, your ADO 501 national champion. Alex, how are you feeling going into that final against Elliot Milk?
I've been playing really well today. A lot of matches in the 90s, but physically wasn't loving where I was at. My darts are lying a little below level, and they never do that. So I don't know if that's something I'm doing or if it's, I don't know. I say elevation, air. I don't know. But so I was having to kind of finagle, and if I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. My mind is everywhere right now.
Well, you got the big win, but I mean, at first it was a 3-1 jump on Elliott. Then all of a sudden he kind of came back in a storm there. Were you expecting to kind of go that direction, or what were you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, Elliott's been playing good all day. Fortunately, I did just that against Chris Lim the match before. I think I was somewhere around 115 average through the first 3 legs. I was cruising, and then I could even tell that I was kind of letting my foot off the gas. I wasn't trying to, but I did. And it took Lim eventually brought it up to a deciding leg.
And then on top of that, we were talking about all the different sponsorship announcements you've had lately, right?
Yeah.
Does it feel good to announce all the sponsors and then start off with a big win in 2025?
Absolutely. I was a bit worried coming in because I had so much going on the last couple of days that I didn't get any practice time. But sometimes that can be good. Sometimes you're putting too much time on the board and need those couple of days off. But I do want to point out, when I first signed with Galaxy 4 years ago, the first time I wore my jersey, I won the congressional, CDC congressional. And so the first time I wear a new jersey. So I want to announce that I'm canceling my contract with Flight Faction, and I'm going to go to 2 to 3 day contracts like NBA players with Flight Faction. But I just want to ensure that I win every weekend now, because it just seems to work for me.
It seems like a recipe for success. And
yes.
Another big win to add to your CV. Do you feel like a lot of players nowadays, do they know you for Alex Feldman, the darts player, the soft tip player, the steel tip player? Because you've had accomplishments in both sides of the game.
Right. So probably the more visible things I've won have been soft tip, like the 2-time ESPN stuff. It's kind of like Jose de Souza, or whatever. He was really big into the soft tip world, broke into the steel. So he's mostly probably known for steel tip. Whereas for me, maybe not as many people are watching the CDC and stuff like that. So, but I've won just about everything else so far. And this was, I guess I just got cricket nationals left.
And is that going to be your goal for the rest of the weekend here? Is like, okay, I started off right, and now I'm going to try to ride that wave into all these other events we have coming up?
Nope. But I can use, like I said, I didn't like the way my darts were lying today, and I still got through that. So my entire weekend is going to be trying to, just manage through that. But because I had success today, it's going to make the rest of the weekend a lot easier. If I kind of fell short and kind of tripped over myself, that makes the rest of the weekend a lot more difficult, because now you're thinking about it.
Well, great insights from the ADO 501 Nationals champion there. Wishing you best of luck the rest of the weekend, Alex.
Yep. Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody. Hey, just a reminder, we will have the men's lineup coming up here next. We're getting through these women's matches because they started first. They started, an hour and a half earlier? Yeah. Hour earlier, at least. So the men are still in that top 64 range, so we should have lots of coverage still coming your way here on USA Darts. We appreciate you joining us. William Stewart here, the guy behind the computer most of the time in this shindig.
Thank God.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. But we'll have Jessica Milton taking on Rhiannon O'Sullivan here in just a moment, folks, in your second semifinal. We got a question here. Do you prefer soft tip? I'm seeing this all this, so I'm going to get into it here. Guys, whether you like soft tip or not, soft tip will never, ever leave here in the States, because it is way too easy to make $30,000 to $40,000 a year in soft tips here, because that's the kind of money it presents. So, hey, we understand you may not like it, but that's the facts of the situation. But hey, we're here for a steel tip event. We're gonna keep it trekking with this Las Vegas Open from the Tuscany Suites. Big shout out to them. If you are in the Las Vegas area, definitely stop on by Tuscany, stay a night or two. It's a fantastic hotel, I must say. All right, we'll get in here in just a moment with Jessica Milton and Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Open, live at the Tuscany Suites Casino here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira on the comms. Nick, we have our second semifinal for the women's WDF gold ranking event here in the Las Vegas Open, and it features American from Utah, Jessica Melton. Bit of a surprise semifinalist here, taking on, no surprise, in the number 1 seed, Rhiannon O'Sullivan from Wales.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Jessica Melton make the run. Personally, I've been very familiar with her game in the last 8 or 9 months or so. Saw her May last year at the Chicago finale, and then, of course, seeing her go on the runs over in Rock Hill, doing some damage on the dartboard for the soft side of things, but on the steel side of things, she, of course, wants to show that she can hang on both sides of the board. Besting Paula Murphy in that last bout there.
Yeah, I could not have said that better myself. They are, of course, waiting Dita Hedman. Dita Hedman's awaiting the winner of this one in the final.
Yeah, and you look at the seeding, right? You say 29 seed making a run this far with a field this wide open. It is certainly a tough task to get the run, and it's a combination of just who has the better darts on the day, and maybe a little bit of bracket luck here and there. But really, it's an earned opportunity if you made it to a semifinal in this tough gold event.
Well, Rhiannon's trying to make this a 1 seed versus 2 seed final here at the Las Vegas Open. Dita Hedman, the 2 seed, making it to the final already, besting last year's finalist and Wendy Ryan-Stedler in the semifinal.
And pretty handily so at that. So Dita definitely the front runner as far as, I think, just overall performance. She was very impressive. Rhiannon O'Sullivan had to survive a last leg decider against Asia Jalbert in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, the 20-year-old Asia Jalbert, the ADO national champion, crowned yesterday. Let's give their tail of the tape. You just mentioned Rhiannon defeating Asia in the quarterfinals. In the top 16, she defeated Wenda Carter 4-0. In the top 32, Colleen Roberts. And then the top 64, Donna Bessario. A lot of Canadians she played, actually. Kind of crazy. This is the first American that she played was Asia. And then of course, this is the second that she's doing battle with here. And then for Jessica Melton, defeated Paula Murphy 4-1 in the quarterfinals. Top 16, she defeated Carolyn Mars, another great opponent, 4-2. In the top 32, she bested Michelle Brune 4-1. And then defeated one of the Team Lysak and Jennifer Lysak, Mama Lysak, 3-2 in the top 64.
Well, that dart goes away straight down to the floor there for Melton. Not going to be happy with that one at the 145.
Let's give a huge shout out to who has become a resident chalker, Maddox Williams.
Wendy did go out there and chalk, and Maddox said, I don't mind. I'll do it.
And she's like, oh, okay. Thanks.
Rocking the USA Darts patch, Maddox is.
Well, he's had enough camera time. It'd almost be silly not to put one of those on his person.
That was my logic when I sold the patches from our booth.
Well done.
And tried to use the bull on the last. Melton not going to be able to collect. O'Sullivan can really kind of go in the attack here. Still a 2-dart finish for Melton's return. But a cold first leg so far for both these ladies.
And if those of you that are tuning in at home with us are a little bit worried that we're getting near the finish line here of the ladies, and which means that the men's are going to be kind of near the finish line here within the next couple hours, we have plenty more coverage of the women's doubles cricket and the open doubles cricket event. The women's doubles cricket actually just got started here at 2 p.m.
Definitely.
The men's starts at 3.
Strugglesome turn there. 29 on the score for Jessica. O'Sullivan trying to get a dart at it. Will get a dart at it.
It's at 30. Just on the outside. It was interesting. Treble 19 on dart 2.
Yeah, you were expecting the 17 for 36.
See if Jessica utilizes the bowl. 25 segment.
Try doing their previous throw. I'm not going to here.
18 for 32. For a hold to throw in leg number 1. And she pins the 32 for a hold to throw in leg number 1.
Yeah, questionable shot selection overall that ended up being a great collect at the end. So it doesn't matter as long as you know you're going to hit that double. The route she chose only gave her 1 dart at it.
Yeah, and she was very far off the treble, 15, almost like she was guaranteeing shooting the single. So I think you're dead on there. It almost feels like a stolen throw. But Jessica is kind of forcing Rianne into a scrappy affair, which is exactly what Melton's looking to do, especially with how much scoring power we know Rianne has.
Yeah, Rianne kind of got caught up in that with Asia, and then it became either both dominating the leg or both having some errant opportunities, something that I think Jessica is just going to continue to get settled more and more in on stage. She's been putting the time in on the board and has been getting more results in more tournaments as of late.
Yeah, the Utahn from the great state of Utah. One of those states that I'm going to guess a lot of our across the pond viewers probably never even heard of.
Let's be honest. I didn't even know it was a real state and I live here.
Did you point it out on a map?
I could point near it.
Fair. It's better than most. A lot of the men's matches are ongoing out in our venue currently. Getting into the top 32, top 64. Alex Spellman taking on Ross Snook in the top 64. Elliot Milk just won in the top 32 of his. Larry Butler, the Eagle, up 2-0 in his bout. Joe Efter up 2-0 in his bout. Caden Newberry up 3-1 over Robbie Curran. Scott Hanish in the top 128 up 2-1 currently in his match. I'm sorry I said that with so much shock. Brandon Perez up 1-0. And then Dave Prinz up 2-0 and David Fathom currently out there.
I do have to snigger at the fact that you got so excited. He won 1 to 2 matches. Scott Hanish did. I just appreciate that. I love the enthusiasm for our friend on the floor.
Literally. And how about this top 64 bout? Tony Martin, the UK, taking on Dennis Nielsen of Sweden. Right now, Tony up 2-0 in this last 64 match, averaging 100.
Well, Sullivan did herself a lot of favors there by finding the 1-2-1. Jessica Melton should approach this with the 18s. It's going to be an error.
Yeah, that's a miscount. And that last start was a bit of a miscount as well. You don't really want to give the number 1 seed opportunities.
Yeah, she did on 303 as well. I wonder if it's a comfortability with some of these setup routes and checkout routes where you can try to force yourself to have guaranteed darts that maybe she's just not really pondering, or maybe she's just focusing on the fundamentals of I'm going to score on whatever I can score on and get whatever I can get. Double 4 it is for Jessica Melton.
And a break a throw. Just goes inside. So reprieve for Rianne.
We'll get darts at double 16 here, and only needs 1. And again, trying to get herself fired up. She knows that she has a lot more in the tank than what she's showing at this very moment.
Little fist bump there from Melton. You know what I love is I love that Jessica's profile picture on Facebook is a selfie with her and Fallon from last year. And now she finds herself in the semifinal this year.
Statistically speaking, she's performed better than Fallon at this event this year. Than Fallon has this year.
She's definitely won more matches. And she is equal in the loss category.
She'd like to keep it that way, too. Slow start for both these players, finding 41. See, Jessica just holds that dart well out in front of her and then brings it down almost under her chin.
Oh, definitely brings it below her chin line. Let's get a look at the rapid fire throw of Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Maddox dead-eyeing the camera there for a second. Don't worry, Maddox. We see ya.
Great first dart. Looking to follow. Bit unlucky on dart 2. Gets a big 1-3-5, though.
Yeah, good stuff from Melton. Presume she's going to be playing ladies doubles with Fancy Pants Jessica Phillips.
Jillian Phillips.
Jillian Phillips, excuse me. Jessica Melton, Jillian Phillips. The J&J team. I knew better.
Fathom loses 4-0 to Dave Prinz in the top 64.
Pedestrian 60 on the score should be just fine.
Coming up next will be the final of the Women's WDF Las Vegas Open. Melton setting herself up beautifully. 99 scored. We'll come back with 106 with Rhiannon way back on 274.
Would have probably preferred the last start to be used at bowl. Clean up just a little bit tighter. You want to maximize your opportunities, especially while O'Sullivan's right now down at a 60. Melton's been getting better throughout this matchup so far. 14 or 6. 6 it is. Double top. Doesn't check out the 106, but will return with 20.
How about this? Our youth finalist for the boys, Milan Brinkman's in the top 32 of this event. Remember, there's 435 players, and he's playing David Cameron right now in the top 32.
Incredible bout against the Excalibur.
How cool is that? 16-year-old
Awesome.
Milan Brinkman.
Jessica doesn't have to go right at this. Seems like she wants to, though, because she's going to pin it in the dead center. I hear some cheers out there for her.
Oh, yeah. She's been hitting some doubles. That is for sure. Now takes a 2-1 lead. Hold a throw.
Jillian Phillips in the crowd there. You can see in the yellow dress. I don't think I've ever seen her play darts without a dress. Never a jersey. Always the fancy pants outfit.
Yeah, if she's going to get sponsored by a jersey company, they better start making dresses.
Dedication to the audience to watch along as you have a man on his knees. Get that man a chair.
he's praying.
Beautiful 1-3-5 for Melton.
Like, it's not even a comfortable position on his knees either. He's like sitting up on him, I think. No, he's sitting back on his legs. Back to the match. I'm going to say it. Melton's been impressive so far and has not seemed like this is too big for her britches, so to speak, against Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
She has trust in her own game. She knows where she's at, and she knows that darts is a state of mind more than anything. If you have that winning complex in your head, you have that confidence in your own throwing ability, you can produce some brilliant results time and time again.
She's also added 12 points to her average of the tournament so far in this match, which was a necessity against O'Sullivan, who's dropped 9 points on her average so far.
Yes, O'Sullivan definitely just off the margins in this one so far. Talented player that typically doesn't struggle quite to this degree that we've been seeing her consistently finding just around 60 points a turn right. Jessica doing just enough to pressure that turn in, turn out.
Guys, we cannot start a hashtag Wolfpack when we're in Vegas.
Ow, ow, ow. Can't believe Will jumped on to say that.
Only 22 from Melton. Opens up the door for O'Sullivan to get back in the driver's seat of this leg.
It's a door that O'Sullivan needs to open for herself. You can see the body language. Everything about it is just not screaming, I'm feeling comfortable right now. For an opponent that should be feeling comfortable no matter who they're playing against with their experience on their CV.
The Utahn finds the trouble once again. Big 140 against the throw. 84 remains after 15.
Thoroughly impressed with Jessica. We'll be under a little bit of pressure here. 113 if O'Sullivan gets a return. Melton's been deadly on the finishing so far.
And she's looking to do it again. Double 12. Double 6.
Needs to adjust on the start.
Will she return? O'Sullivan's been there, done that. Knows in this situation what to do and hits the big fat one.
Here we go. Jessica Melton with another opportunity. This one to put her on match point with an opportunity to go for it with a hold to throw. Beautiful positioning for Melton, but she has to find the double 6. She does find the double 6. Jessica's run continues on.
She's been brilliant on the doubles. Absolutely brilliant. See, I don't think Rianne wanted a fist pump there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Habit from Jessica, no intention behind it. And no insult taken from O'Sullivan, I believe.
No, Melton obviously dabbles in both steel tip and soft, but based on math and fist pumping, you would say that she is more of a predominant soft tip player.
Oh, it's more than fair to say. That's where I know her from primarily.
Samesies.
And also on top of that, I mean, again, you saw 303 and 122 not shooting at routes that could have set her up. Usually a telltale sign.
And even still, trying to roll through this massive field of 147 fantastic, talented players to get to the final.
Do you like the Captain Condor flights that she's rocking to Tony Zikas? A soft tip player in his own right, so maybe another telltale sign there. With the 140 on the previous visit, you can see that big smile on her face as she was walking up to the line there. She knows where she's at in this match. She's well aware of it. Just can't get lost in the plot here, though.
And she's might be starting to do that a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
almost a little too relaxed.
yeah, I don't know if that's a good sign. It's almost a nervous kind of tick.
I would have to agree with you there. O'Sullivan is going to be nothing but business from this point on. You can see looking down, not even paying much mind to the opponent's darts. Full mind on our own approach.
Great cover shot from Melton. Now talking to Maddox every throw, probably trying to just loosen up a little bit. Again, this is unseeded, well, very high-seeded Jessica Melton. What was she?
29.
29th. Taking on the number 1 seed here in the semifinal. Ooh, that could have gone off the stage with how that Dikembe Mutombo'd.
156 for O'Sullivan now.
At least 6. But would like to take it on 3. Would have been the second highest checkout of the day on our stream. Asia Jalbert hit a 160 checkout earlier.
Against O'Sullivan.
But no matter what, it's a brilliant setup. And a huge opportunity to break the Melton throw. The first break of 2 that's needed.
And Jessica, I think starting to realizing, hey, I need to lock back in here. It's not over yet. Because now, assuming this goes, we'll be against the darts.
Double 9 does go for O'Sullivan.
Sketchy start to that double attempt.
Yes, it was.
You got bonus points for getting it through the ring, though, of the 8.
And you have to give her credit for just attacking it, because if you go inside on the double 9, now you got some work left and some hope for your opponent. But Rianne has one job. Hold your throw here, or anything can happen a last leg decider.
Mountain, on the other hand, needs to find that same level of composure she had in the first couple legs.
You can see perfectly where she starts off with her dart way above her head and goes right underneath of her chin by the finishing point.
Fairly still in the body movement there.
And Rianne just very simple. Rapid fire.
So Jessica continuing to try to pave her way to an opportunity now. The momentum has felt like it started to shift to O'Sullivan. Something about the way that last leg just transpired early on. The smiles from Jessica that, while of course she's always going to be happy and positive, was a little too happy, a little too positive, as you pointed out, probably related to the nerves. And O'Sullivan's kind of figured out what was going wrong before and has been increasing her average as Jessica's been receding.
Well, and O'Sullivan's doing her job. She is going to force Melton to work for this. Miles ahead to send this to a last leg decider. And if you're Melton, the last thing you want to do is go up against the #1 seed in a last leg decider, even with the throw. Especially with how the momentum shifted.
Regardless, the question still begs to be asked. Dita Hedman looking like she would be besting either one of these players with their given performances compared to Dita not really dipping below the 70s on the stream so far. .161 is going to get chopped on down here. Melton way back at 304 still.
Yeah, it needs 2 big trebles here to even leave a finish. So Rianne has to feel like she has time.
Of course, you're not going to count on that, but you're going to be happy if it happens.
Another one needed there.
Gentleman on his knees has now switched to crisscross and applesauce.
Much more comfortable as a former 5-year-old. Tops. And pins the 106 does Rianne O'Sullivan. Let's go to a last leg decider.
Yeah, beautiful check out there. Calm, cool, and collected throughout on that one. No doubt about it going in. As you can just tell. And you can see there's no celebration. It was a little come on, a little amp up there, but nothing overzealous. And Melton, if I was her, my heart would be beating out of my chest right now.
Now for sure, as might as well be Rianne's start. 7 scored from Melton. And that is a shark smelling blood in the water if you're Rianne O'Sullivan. Trying to make this an international final.
Effectively relinquishing her throw here. That first round not getting much accomplished. Starting to sail some darts too.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a over adjustment from the last round. Does cover again nicely on the 19s.
Yeah, good recovery there. She's still going to be a fierce competitor in the sense that she's not going to give up on this. Needs to take advantage of the fact that she has her throw here.
Would love to find a treble.
Who wouldn't?
Just to settle a little bit. Does that.
Who wouldn't?
Well, you don't like to find trebles. You have to find trouble.
I usually just find myself in trouble. Don't like to find it. 302 now going to get brought on down. Fun fact, I was sitting next to Jessica Melton when Randy Fern chose to not set it properly on 302 on 2 different attempts and talked with her about it.
And fun fact, she did not remember it. As she goes right at the 20s on 302. For those of you watching at home. Oh, as we get 60 on the floor. It always brilliant to start on the 18s at 302 for the math purposes. 4 18s plus a treble 20. leaves 170.
Whenever you can give your ability to miss and still be on a shot,
Yep.
you need to take those opportunities, especially in a league as important as this one is. This finals appearance would be incredible. We're either getting 1 versus 2 or 2 versus 29 in the seeding.
Literally anything can still happen here.
It's too close to call. Slight favor to the seasoned pro.
Especially now.
Yeah, 44 not going to help. Looking to stay true on the 20s.
Rianne was throwing before Jessica got close to back past her.
That's when she's feeling her best, right? When she's at the Aki, ready to go. There's no need to try to get that extra composure in. Oh, no. And that's going to be potentially costly.
Yeah, it could be a major mistake.
Could be match deciding.
Yeah, 6 starts from 140. That looks like it's teed up perfectly. Only 60. Man, that looked way better than that.
So you need Melton to collect on a big shot here. You have to put pressure on this 80 and give yourself an opportunity. 6 starts from 177. That's the max you're going to get if I was a betting man, which I sometimes am.
Needs a big treble. She's been switching so nicely on the 19s. I'm surprised she's trying to stay up there. Goes the 18. Is that in the big treble? No.
No, just under the wire. So 80 is a shot for O'Sullivan.
Double 10 for a date with Dita Hedman in the final. And that's in. Does it in 2. Rianne O'Sullivan, the number 1 seed, will take on Dita Hedman, the number 2 seed, in the final of the Las Vegas Open Women's WDF 501 Gold Ranking event. And a spot at Lakeside up for grabs.
Sullivan surviving another last leg decider against a prominent American talent. And now it's 1 versus 2. The seeding turned out to be correct today, Sean. And this is going to be a great showing here as O'Sullivan gives a little fist pump in the air. And you can see Melton reflecting a little bit, but she should be proud of her run. She outperformed what the seeding said and got 1 leg away from making a finals appearance here today.
Well, listen, grab your popcorn. Get your late night snacks if you're overseas, because we got a beautiful final heading your way next here at the Las Vegas Open. Rianne O'Sullivan, the number 1 seed from Wales, taking on Dita Hedman, the English and Caribbean queen, and number 2 seed. That match coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the moment we've been waiting for all tournament long. This is the final of the Women's Las Vegas Open 501 Gold Ranking event here at the Las Vegas Open in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms for this, Nick Teixeira. Nick, we have an all-international final between the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed. Not much more we can ask for.
Yeah, exactly. This is how it was supposed to shape up to be. This is how the bookies would have shaped it up to be, and we're excited to see it. Although, again, Dita, we saw dominant performance pretty much every time she's appeared on our main stage. O'Sullivan having to fade last leg deciders back-to-back matches hasn't shown us the full range of her ability that we know she's capable of. Hedman going to have to be the favorite in this one.
Yeah, the 2-time major WDF champion, winning the World Masters in 1994 and 2013. Dita Hedman. Rhiannon O'Sullivan is the number 1 seed heading into this, and definitely no slouch overall. Has a PDC title to her name, winning PDC Women's Series number 6 in 2023.
And Women's Series is tough as ever as well, so the amount of prestige on that accomplishment is not to be understated.
Yeah, this is the overall WDF 5 seed in the world versus the WDF 6 seed in the world.
So again, how it should be shaped up to be, it seems. Yeah. No, great stuff here. As Hedman here, going to be trying to be the first one on a finish against the darts. Again, showing that she's been staying really consistent on her scoring ability, finding those 2 treble turns pretty consistently. O'Sullivan has been winning scrappy affairs.
And the numbers would show that 100%. Hedman's first 9 average is almost 90 versus a 77 from O'Sullivan. But the finishing for O'Sullivan is a 50 average versus a 35.82 from Hedman. Hedman trying to set this up beautifully and put some pressure on the 138. 100 from Hedman. Does leave 81. O'Sullivan with 138 left. Still on. 78 remains. Treble 18. Would have left 24. Tees it up in case Hedman does not get this 81 checked out.
57 for 24 on the approach for Hedman. Pretty efficient on her checkouts overall. Seems to be efficient once again. Gonna need to find the double. Made the treble look easy, and does do so in 2. Good shot from Detta Hedman to get a break of throw to start things off in our final here for the WDF Gold event.
Yeah, 17 dart break of throw. First of 5 legs here in the final. This is the boost up that we've been teasing at all tournament long. Best of 9 here in this final. See the ADO president, Mr. Jim Winmeyer, standing back there watching this final.
Captain America.
We want to give a huge shout out to the tournament staff this weekend so far. Has been not only running smooth but also extremely quick with the amount of players. The boost has been phenomenal. 390 men signed up last year for this event. We have 435 this year. The women is about equal, maybe a scotch below or above depending on the event they're playing in. But this is more like it. That's a 180 from Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Looking shades of colors different from how we saw her in the previous 2 bouts. A form that we've been saying she needs to find in this final, a form she's been willing to obtain, it seems.
Those are
But
perfect.
Hedman going to try to respond in suit, and she does with a 180 of her own.
Back-to-back 180s in this final. Are you not entertained? And O'Sullivan follows the 180 like I would with a 43.
Hedman has an opportunity here. Throw was under attack, but did a good job of defending it. O'Sullivan with an onslaught. Going to try to find that trouble to leave the double. Not going to quite get there. 80 on the return.
Hundred puts a little bit of pressure on the 80. Edmund should be guaranteed, as long as she stays straight, 1 dart at tops. We'll get 2 darts at double 10 instead. For a 15 darter. Oh, and does not get the doubles that time. Over to O'Sullivan.
Yeah, going to try to take the approach and waste no time. Needed to find the 19s for shot tops and will not be able to capitalize on the turn. First start did get away from her just a little bit.
Hedman has some cleanup duty to do on aisle 5. Looking for the single 1. Does get the tough part done. Double 2. She's pinned this very well. And does it again. Hedman with a 2-0 lead early in this final.
O'Sullivan's done a good job, though, of picking up her game to where we expect it to be. She's going to need to take advantage of her throw. Get that first leg on the board makes a difference maker. Because until you find it, you're thinking, oh, man, when am I going to get that winning double? When am I going to get that winning double? Just get the winning double, and then all the other ones come easier.
Both of these ladies shooting lights out right now. Averaging in the 80s in this final. And it's because of a lot of first start trebles. That's the worst type of 70. When you get the first start in the treble 20 and then you go 5-5. If you go 5-5 and then treble 20, it's a great 70.
Yeah, that is true. But statistically speaking, better than a 60. Good last there. Was able to stack right over it and does not quite get in there, but it was a well-thrown dart nonetheless. Valorant effort.
I can't believe there's any space there. Rhiannon does the same thing, but does find the treble. And let's give a big shout out to Russ Lysak, chalking this final on the ADO board.
Team Lysak's pretty well known for their contributions to the darting world. Talent and tournament-wise.
And when it comes to charity work, with their work in Africa.
Dita with an opportunity to try to close this gap down a little bit. It's going to be a big ask, but you can try to punish the 168. Needs to get yourself in range for an attack. She doesn't want to drop a leg if possible. It's going to be a tall task going up against O'Sullivan, but you just have to keep the heat on and turn it up, and turn it up.
And for those of you tuning in with us, the men are in the top 32 for the most part. Still plenty of Las Vegas Open on the men's side left to be played.
Although Larry Butler just got defeated in his run to Robbie Phillips in a 4-1 loss.
Well, then never mind. I'm not watching anymore. Does not need to go at the bullseye. Does that anyway, but happy little accident to leave 32 instead. It's as if she just set it up anyway.
Hedman not really in this leg, but with that 2-0 jump and having the throw on the next, no alarm bells at all. She's just going to keep doing what she does, which is stay sturdy on the board.
And a nice steady ton. But O'Sullivan to get the first leg for herself in this final. Does find it on dart 3 and is now 2-1. But you said it earlier. Hedman knows if she holds her throw, she wins this match.
Hedman holds head up high.
The Caribbean Queen would say that was dreadful.
Probably. We haven't met yet.
And she's super sweet.
No, she's one of the nicest. A little bit of a slow open there. Just 41 on the turn. Going to get responded in suit, though. We're not playing a game of the classic family-known 460.
We've actually seen this a couple times on stream today, weirdly enough, where 41 followed 41. Let's give you their tail of the tape, the rundown to get to this point for both competitors. We're going to start in the top 128. Rhiannon O'Sullivan defeated Tiffany Tam 3-0 to get started in this run. And for our number 1 seed, I'm going to apologize ahead of time, as finding her name has been more difficult than I thought. For number 2 seed, Dita Hedman defeated Brenda Moreau in the top 128, 3-0. Now I'll be fine on picking these out. In the top 64, Hedman defeated Rhonda Maidment, 3-0. O'Sullivan defeated Donna Bessario, 3-0. Top 32 is where it started to get a little interesting for Hedman. Defeated Liz Tynan 4-0 in that one and made that look easy on stream. O'Sullivan defeated Colleen Roberts 4-0. Top 16, O'Sullivan defeated Wenda Carter, and Hedman defeated Roxanne Van Tassel. Quarters saw O'Sullivan escape in a last leg decider against Asia Jalbert 4-3, and Hedman defeated Eve Watson, our cricket champ from last night, 4-1. And in the semis, Hedman got revenge on Wendy Ryan Statler, defeating her 4-2, and O'Sullivan escapes another last leg decider, defeating Jessica Melton 4-3.
Hedman's been pulling her darts left and right here the last 6, and we see O'Sullivan find a 140 to punish, trying to find another ton-plus round. Does pull a little bit there, but has done a good job of taking control of this throw, as Hedman has had the foot off the gas pedal here.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before the start of this leg. She's got to hold her throw, and she wins the match. Well, ruh-roh, Raggy.
You're going to be in a little bit of trouble. More trouble than she would like to find herself in.
Good
Does
last.
find the treble to help with the trouble, but 109 for O'Sullivan.
Could not do it after dart number 1. And see the massive eye roll.
I wasn't happy with the attempt, as it's let Dita get exactly back into this.
Let's turn on the 20s.
Oh, she's
14
absolutely-
segment.
Yeah, she has to.
It'll be at the bullseye. That would have been massive for the 3-1 lead Instead, O'Sullivan's going to get a look at the 71, but did not do herself any favors with the setup play.
But she's still going to get a dart and hugs the wire, doesn't collect. Hedman now for a potential 3-1 jump in this race to 5 format.
To get over the halfway point. Should get 2 clear darts of the double. Pick 32 as the segment. And pins it. And dart 1. And a 3-1 lead. Hold a throw for Dita Hedman, who was Houdini-like in that leg to escape the potential break of throw.
Yeah, and instead, now O'Sullivan on the outside looking in once again has been playing from behind these matches. We saw a 3-1 deficit in her matchup against Jessica Melton. So a familiar position. If you're good at winning affairs where you're behind, while never ideal, you're still going to be happy about it, and something that she's not going to be afraid of trying to do here. Still going to be her toughest test yet, though.
I love this side profile. It looks Rianne just steady, just takes the dart right back to the eye line and just fires it forward. A lot more movement in Hedman's throw, but where she has her advantage is her follow through to the target is just textbook perfect every time.
Yeah, there's no real notes. There's a reason these two women are at 5th and 6th in the WDF rankings, some of the all-time greats in the women's darts scene, as they just consistently find themselves in good form, and that's good on them for having said form.
Hedman needs a couple of trebles, not going to do that now to be the first to add a finish. So O'Sullivan a chance to drag herself right back into this.
Yeah, by no means out of the match. 2-leg separation between Hedman in the title and O'Sullivan to Hedman.
Which, with the John Part theory of darts, O'Sullivan not panic mode yet, but is right at that cusp.
And if not for the John Part rule, then for the fact that it's the match point rule, too.
Touche. Well, Rianne still has 6 darts from 114. Might not need him tops. Does not need him. Big 114 checkout and a 15 dart performance for O'Sullivan. Did you see the replay here?
O'Sullivan has been strugglesome when having multiple darts at a double, but has been critical on these ton-plus checks.
It's been beautiful to see. But Hedman right back into the treble 20 to start off leg number 6. Again, race to 5 here in the final of this Las Vegas Open Women's WDF 501 Singles Gold Ranking event. Automatic spot at Lakeside given to our winner here in this final. Although I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think either of these ladies were in much jeopardy of missing the qualifications for Lakeside.
No, but if you get out of the way sooner, it's even better. No one wants to mess around until it comes down to the wire. Gita as poised as ever on this stage. I do like the one main difference in their body language, where Hedman always has their head up, for lack of a better term. And O'Sullivan is I'm looking at my barrels, I'm looking at the floor, not in despair, but just trying to lock in on themselves. There's no other match happening. It's just them and that dartboard, and occasionally a chalker saying a number.
And I think that's the right way to go about it for both players. Hedman more methodical in the approach, whereas Rianne would rather just get up there and do her own thing.
Alex Spellman defeated by the local Brandon Perez in the top 32 on the men's side of this affair.
Another one of those big upsets that have been happening more and more often. Jensen Walker, Jeff Springer, 2-2 score line in the top 32. David Cameron, Aaron Turner currently going out there in the top 16.
Sullivan left herself a bogey, but it's not going to be to her detriment, it seems.
Not a good cover shot there for Hedman. But O'Sullivan in the driver's seat to break the throw and put it at dead even once again. You can hear all the announcements going on in the background potentially, which means it's the start of the men's doubles cricket, or the open doubles cricket, excuse me.
Is women's doubles that will be taking place as well. 100 to leave 92 here. Sullivan has a good opportunity to break here.
Double 12. And another ton-plus checkout. 2 in a row for O'Sullivan. And it is now a tie ball game, 3 apiece. And Riand is back on throw and favorite once again in this final.
Yeah, back as a front runner. Had been going to be a little disappointed. You can kind of see tapping the table a little anxiously there. O'Sullivan crucial on those ton pluses, and that's what matters most.
Yeah, back-to-back ton-plus checkouts for O'Sullivan. Masterful. And that's how you balance out the scoring that Hedman has been ahead in this match.
Leave the puns to me, sir.
I didn't mean to do it as a pun. No pun intended. And be careful, only one of us is a dad.
That is true.
I don't know why I said be careful.
It felt very ominous.
I realized after the fact I might have gone overboard there on the warning system.
No. Will Stewart going to be joining Sean Green on the comms for the rest of the call for here. I'm running for my life.
And that's exactly what I want you to think happened to him.
A little bit of a recession here for both of these players. 306 after 9 for O'Sullivan.
$500 difference in prize money here in this final. 95 will do.
Oh, unfortunate.
And that rejected. It hit the back of the flight, and what looked like the extra weight added to the flight there stopped it from being a Robin Hood, but ended up being almost exactly that. Not going to cost anything.
Hedman's just been really starting to struggle here. Really last leg and a half. Let's see, your points have dropped by about 5 points since that point.
O'Sullivan leaves 131. Bit of an awkward finish.
But a finish nonetheless. Dita's going to have to leave herself something here. Can't risk going down when it matters most, getting to match point.
Scores 96 to leave 160. 150. Excuse me.
That's why you teach English, Sean.
Great setup play from O'Sullivan to leave 90. Wouldn't expect anything else out of her with how she's been playing so far when it comes to the finishing.
Yeah, but it's not over 100, which is normally where her wheelhouse seems to be. We'll see how she does with 3 clear. Again, a struggle that was reminiscent in her previous matchups on the stream.
And this is for the first lead in this final at the right time and pins it. 4-3 scoreline. It's a race to 5, so that's not over yet.
She wasn't quite sure there. You saw the hesitation.
That being said, I do like the way that she made sure instead of got excited first and then the adrenaline dump happens, right?
And she does a little slight apology to Dita. But if anything, even if there's no adrenaline dump on the side of O'Sullivan, Hedman is going to be taking that as a, oh, you think you're done. I'll show you you're not.
Yeah, reminder for those of you tuning in with us, this is the final of the Las Vegas Open Women's Gold Ranking WDF 501 Singles event. Spot at Lakeside up for grabs. The number 5 ranked player in the world, Rianne O'Sullivan, up 4-3 on the 6th ranked player in the world, Dita Hedman. And it is an honor to be bringing you the coverage of this match. Sean Green, joined by Nick Teixeira, with Will Stewart, USA Darts Productions here at the Las Vegas Open.
And imagine having these women at the top of the game coming over here and schooling us over in North America, giving us quite the show on the main board. It's always a pleasure to be seeing darts like this.
That being said, both of these competitors are going to have to change their mindset completely for Mickey Mouse darts and women's doubles cricket after this.
That's fair, but right now they're thinking, man, that gold event title sounds pretty tantalizing. After that, they might just play a round or two and then go to the slots. That's what I would do.
I'm going to guarantee you these players are over here for 2 reasons. It's Las Vegas. Enough said. And they want to win this title.
Absolutely they do. Still no finish for Dita, but no punish from O'Sullivan.
Yeah, Hedman, 6 darts clear at 171. We'll feel pretty good about being able to get that accomplished. Does get rid of the 1 on dart 1. Smart play.
Yeah, a little preemptive. I think I would have preferred a treble first, but hey, you got to get rid of the 1 at some point. Jokes aside,
switch.
though, sitting at 90.
Did not switch, but got away with it. If she would have hit a single there, it would have left 166. Instead, the 126 left over, but Hedman looking at the 20s.
Going to be playing for the guaranteed dart.
It's going to be double 5 to go to a last leg decider.
Doesn't pin it, and now the 126 for O'Sullivan,
who's already had 2 ton-plus checkouts in this match. Not going to get a shot.
Hedman feels like she has to nail this. She'd be right in thinking so.
And attacks it beautifully. Let's go to a last leg decider for all the marbles.
How many marbles is it?
We're going the distance.
Yeah, we are.
And we're going for speed.
Should be a good one here for these ladies. Lot on the line. $1,000 for first place, WDF gold title, and a ticket to Lakeside. Secondary prize of $500. USD, that is.
Shaky start. Troubleless visits for both. Still troubleless.
Knowing that anyone can win it, just one good turn can be the difference maker. You're thinking, please just let that one be me. These are some errant darts here from Hedman.
Both players real shaky on the start of this last leg decider. We had 147 ladies start off this tournament. We're down to our final 2 and 1 leg to just determine our champion.
Still the struggles continue for both of these competitors as they stumble to the finish line thus far. Big deep breath there. Dita trying to get maximum composure on this visit. Right on the wire. Top side it is, though. Awkward dart is moving over. Doesn't collect. Would have preferred a cover shot there. And the frustrations are really starting to show for the Caribbean Queen.
Nice treble find on dart 3 for O'Sullivan. Very much in the driver's seat. It takes a max for Hedman to leave a finish.
Hedman, who was dominant in their streamed performances, and O'Sullivan, who struggled in theirs, is looking inverted in this final leg where it matters most. Everything else before was just a little extra writing in the storybook. This is the final page.
That being said, I would argue that O'Sullivan definitely was in the best position heading into this last league decider. She's already won 2 of them today,
true.
whereas this is Hedman's first last league decider of the day. And it is kind of a situation that is better off battle tested before you get to it.
This was despite a 3-1 deficit.
Now, of course, she's been there, done that before many times. It's just in this exact moment. 120 left for O'Sullivan to Shanghai this match and the title. Tops.
With her 10-plus finishing, you thought it was going to go. She will return for another opportunity. Hedman needs to hope for another favorite here and do herself one and leave a checkout. A good one at that.
Yeah, 1 tournament dart gone. 3 more incoming for Rhiann O'Sullivan, the number 1 seed.
Doesn't get it yet. All of a sudden, Hedman with the outside opportunity. That was the second favor you asked for. Well, there it was delivered. Now you have to deliver on the 116.
What is the route? It's a pretty good stacker dart. 96 remains. Oh, kissed off and into the 5. 81 remains, so treble 19 does leave the double 12. Rhiann O'Sullivan, 4 match darts missed.
Now 5.
Oh,
won't
no.
get it here.
She has missed 6 tournament darts. Hedman for the title.
The Caribbean Queen to hold the crown. Gets it done, dead center, and she sneaks away in a last leg decider in a tough matchup between the competitors. You can see Rhiann giving a clap of the hands, and Hedman is your WDF Women's Singles Gold Event winner in Las Vegas here.
Great performance all day long from Hedman, and a worthy champion. The Caribbean Queen gets the job done, and she has now added another WDF title to her name, this time the Las Vegas Open.
And Rhiann O'Sullivan, just shy, could only survive so many last leg deciders, and that one was hers to lose, and unfortunately she did, but a great performance on her for the day. She should still hold her head up proudly, knowing that she lost to a very tough competitor in her own right as well. Congratulations to Hedman for getting that one done under max pressure towards the tail end of a scrappy last leg decider.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is not all of the coverage that we are bringing you in this WDF Las Vegas Open. Now we put all our attention on the men. We have a top 16 that is almost set to go, including 2 that are already in the top 8. But let's run through that lineup here real quick. Joelle Heisen is taking on Jeff Springer Jr. The winner of that one gets the winner of Robbie Phillips versus Brandon Perez. Dave Prinz has moved into the top 8. He plays the winner of Ram Guevara and Elliot Milk. Nelson Backus is awaiting the winner of Tony Martin and Patrick Kithy. That's the last top 32 match to go. David Cameron has already booked himself a spot in the top 8, defeating Aaron Turner in the top 16. James Beaton, former PDC professional, is taking on John Lucanis. And then last but not least, our last year's runner-up in this event and our silver event winner, Jeff Smith, taking on Ryan Ocampo. You can see a lot of action coming your way. So stay with us. We'll have one of those battles in the quarterfinal, maybe coming up right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store With over 10,000 different products, we create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
What is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
Tell by the way they're scoring, there may be nothing in it. One man misses, does the other man get? Yes! Double 12! That is the most amazing leg of darts you will ever see in your life! I can't stay! 12, and the 9 Dart King lands another one! Covered by Team Michael. Double 12, back going! Complete, incredible stuff. The world #1 is world champion.
Throwing 23-gram Cali West Colonial steel tip barrels. Her favorite checkout is 108. Coincidentally, Will Stewart recently did a video series, 4 ways to check 108. So many people voted Shanghai on the 18s, but Callie prefers the 419s for double 16. So we're going to go that method in honor of her. Here's attempt number 1. Ah, so that did not fly. There's your treble. Attempt number 2. Oh, geez. Oh, outside the wire. Attempt number 3. Son of a bitch. Attempt number 4. God, they come around quick. Oh, I wasn't gonna let Callie down.
Jules Van Dongen, the Dutch Dragon, brand new signature darts as a part of the Winmore US player launch. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations, of course. Stretching it out because someone suggested a 95 checkout, and I am not feeling very confident yet because I filmed the steel tip portion first. But we're aiming for the 19s, and if we miss into the single 19 like it did, we go treble 16 for double 14. But no dice. Gonna have to reset for attempt number 2. She gets the treble 19. Miss outside on the double. And miss inside because you suck. Attempt number 3 always comes by so fast. We've got the treble again. And she gets a cheeky double in the corner.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll get back underway here with some men's matches here in just a moment. We're kind of waiting for one to queue in. We should have 2 quarterfinal matches, 2 semis, and then a final coming your way from the men's bracket. We do apologize that we didn't get more of those men's matches. Are kind of just one of those things when their flow's established and pulling people off their group stage boards is a little bit tough. So we totally understand, but they are rocking and rolling here at this Las Vegas Open. They ran that women's bracket in, I think, just under 5 hours. The men's bracket is looking smooth as a 5-6 hour bracket with that many players. 430, I think, is what Sean said. That is just insane. They are cruising. So we'll keep going here in Las Vegas, Nevada, folks. 2 quarterfinals, 2 semis, and your final coming up next here on USA Darts. Thanks for joining us, folks. We appreciate it.
Andrea Taylor, congratulations on a great run as you just made it to the finals on the main board here and went up against Eve Watson. But you had a semi earlier in the ADO championship. I mean, were you feeling good with your form today?
You know, I felt really good. The competition in this room is almost unmatched globally, so I will take those finishes all day and be so happy about it. Asia Jalbert is incredible. Lost to the champion in that deal, and obviously Eve Watson, the Welsh cricket domineering person, is amazing. She shot so good. I'm not even mad at it.
Well, she was playing a very aggressive strategy. Was that throwing you off your game at all, like knowing that you were basically going against close after close after close?
No, I can, mentally at least, I try to adjust my strategy based on who I'm playing or what they're showing me, and the reality is I just flat got outshot.
Well, you are very cordial when you win, but when you lose, you're so quick to congratulate your opponent. Is that just a skill you pride yourself on? Because you are so prideful in your sportsmanship, and you should be.
I mean, it's ultimately at the end of the day, what we have as competitors is our integrity, and I will always cheer myself when I manage to pull out a big win. It's a big deal. I'm very passionate about this game and the people that play it, and I'm going to cheer myself when I hit them. And if I get outshot and my opponent wins the game, then I'm going to cheer for them too, because that's you got to work. You got to really play your game to beat me. So if you can do that, I'm going to cheer for you all day.
And of course, you actually introduced me and Will to your mom earlier as well. What's it feel like to be playing on the big stage, knowing that you have family in the room?
My mom taught me everything that I know about this game, and to have her here is a huge deal for me. It's very emotional. She's actually kind of old and has now gone to bed, and she missed 90% of the fireworks today, but just having her support will always mean everything to me.
And final question for you here. We have a lot of women joining the dart scene. It feels like it's getting bigger and better than ever. What advice would you give to a young lady that decides to pick up the sticks today?
Don't give up. Don't give up. Have fun. A lot of people, in my opinion, will tell you what you're doing and what you're not doing right, and everybody's different. I mean, everybody's stroke is different, everybody's stance is different. You got to do what feels right to you. Have a good time, believe in yourself, and if for whatever reason you're not or you're struggling, call me.
Well, absolutely. You are a great motivational life coach, everything else. So we're going to absolutely keep you on speed dial there, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck with the rest of the weekend here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, USA Darts, all day. You guys are incredible. And buy Jen Mounts Darts, not Will Stewart's.
You heard her.
We are here with Lisa Yee, today's runner-up in the 501 ADO National Championship. Lisa, quite a run today.
Yes, it was a lot of fun, actually.
Tell us about your run overall. What was probably your toughest match before the final?
Myself. Doubles was, I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of them on stage as well, but they were just not my friend today. But overall, all the women were tough. They were, they're all out on their A games, trying to come and take it and win, and I just got the lucky darts at the right time.
Now, Lisa, you're less than a year recovered from shoulder surgery, where you took some time off. Tell us about what that process was like for you.
It was actually a very boring process. I stayed home and caught up on every binge show I could watch for the first 4 months. I actually took an extra month and a half off to make sure that I didn't re-injure it and recover, and played a little bit of, I didn't start until August, no, I take that back, September, the end of September to play. I was playing left-handed. I went to some tournaments left-handed, but I didn't play right-handed until end of September, and kind of dove into it in October.
And what has been the most difficult part of recovering from your shoulder surgery since you've gotten back into the game?
My consistency. Just knowing that I know I can do it. I was able to do it before, and now it feels good, but it's just, sometimes I'll hit the triple 12 instead of the triple 20, and it feels great coming out of my hand. But it's just a process, and every week I feel like I'm getting stronger and just a little bit more accurate. So
The final, Asia got you pretty good, 5-0. Just tell us a little something about Asia as a player and as a competitor.
She was great. I don't think I've actually played against her before, so playing against her was kind of new. She shot phenomenal. She was on point every single time. Every time I turned around and looked, she was, hit a big shot. If I counteracted it, which wasn't very much, but if I counteracted it, she would just come back right with a great shot, and she hit her doubles. That's the important thing about this game. If you hit your doubles, you win the game.
Well, you started off with a great run today. What are the goals for the rest of the weekend?
To just hopefully do my best and have a lot of fun doing it. I don't expect much out of this weekend, just because my shoulder, I haven't played multiple events yet. I've played one event a day, online, some local blind draws. So I'm kind of interested to see what 2 events a day, what the outcome might be.
Lisa, we wish you nothing but the best of luck. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you.
Joined by Alex Feldman, your ADO 501 national champion. Alex, how are you feeling going into that final against Elliot Milk?
I've been playing really well today. A lot of matches in the 90s, but physically wasn't loving where I was at. My darts are lying a little below level, and they never do that, so I don't know if that's something I'm doing or if it's, I don't know. I say elevation, air, I don't know. But so I was having to kind of finagle, and I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. My mind is everywhere right now.
Well, you got the big win, but I mean, at first it was a 3-1 jump on Elliott. Then all of a sudden he kind of came back in a storm there. Were you expecting to kind of go that direction, or what were you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, Elliott's been playing good all day. Fortunately, I did just that against Chris Lim the match before. I think I was somewhere around 115 average through the first 3 legs. I was cruising, and then I could even tell that I was kind of letting my foot off the gas. I wasn't trying to, but I did. And it took Lim eventually brought it up to a deciding leg.
And then on top of that, we were talking about all the different sponsorship announcements you've had lately, right?
Yeah.
Does it feel good to announce all the sponsors and start off with a big win in 2025?
Absolutely. I was a bit worried coming in because I had so much going on the last couple of days that I didn't get any practice time. But sometimes that can be good. Sometimes you're putting too much time on the board and need those couple of days off. But I do want to point out, when I first signed with Galaxy 4 years ago, the first time I wore my jersey, I won the congressional, CDC congressional. And so the first time I wear a new jersey. So I want to announce that I'm canceling my contract with Flight Faction, and I'm going to go to 2 to 3 day contracts like NBA players with Flight Faction. But I just want to ensure that I win every weekend now, because it just seems to work for me.
It seems like a recipe for success. And
yes.
Another big win to add to your CV. Do you feel like a lot of players nowadays, do they know you for Alex Feldman, the darts player, the soft tip player, the steel tip player? Because you've had accomplishments on both sides of the game.
Right. So probably the more visible things I've won have been soft tip, like the 2-time ESPN stuff. It's kind of like Jose de Souza, whatever. He was really big into the soft tip world, broke into the steel, so he's mostly probably known for steel tip. Whereas for me, maybe not as many people are watching the CDC and stuff like that. So, but I've won just about everything else so far, and this was, I guess I just got cricket nationals left.
And is that going to be your goal for the rest of the weekend here? Is like, okay, I started off right, and now I'm going to try to ride that wave into all these other events we have coming up?
Nope. But I can use, like I said, I didn't like the way my darts were lying today, and I still got through that. So my entire weekend is going to be trying to, just manage through that. But because I had success today, it's going to make the rest of the weekend a lot easier. If I kind of fell short and kind of tripped over myself, that makes the rest of the weekend a lot more difficult because now you're thinking about it.
Well, great insights from the ADO 501 Nationals champion there. Wishing you best of luck the rest of the weekend, Alex.
Thank you.
Andrea Taylor.
back and better than ever here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Las Vegas Open WDF Gold event. We have a great matchup that's making our main stage here. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Will the Thrill Stewart on the call for what should be a great first look in our men's quarterfinals here. Looking forward to seeing this one. Ram Guevara, Dave Prinz up to the board here.
Yeah, the Badger making an appearance here on the stream. Of course, World Seniors participant Dave Prinz. Looking, it's great that we get him on here. And, of course, versus Ram Guevara, a person that we know pretty well, mainly on the soft tip side of things. But, hey, making a good run here in today's WDF 501 event. Quarterfinal appearance for Ram.
Yeah, Ram last night said, so is there like a dress code for tomorrow? As you and I were playing, we're like, yes, Ram, there is.
Yeah.
He's like, okay. And what does a gold event mean? And then we're like, trip to Lakeside. I should probably lock in, huh?
I guess that would be cool. I mean, and what about the silver event? What do I get for that one? Yeah, he just did not have an idea.
The man's here to throw.
Yeah, he's just here to show up and play darts, and that's what he seems to do best. Dave, you can see that little, slight cock to the side that he has, and it kind of affects his darts a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does at times. But Ram, for having such a light dart with conversion points in it, is able to always execute them pretty straight on in the board there. I see what you're talking about. Just a little bit of gitchiness in that action.
Look at that new Winmore dartboard that someone put up. Oh, wait, that was me.
Oh, we saw you. We made a whole show of it replacing that dart. No, I'm just kidding. You did a good job getting that board replaced there.
Actually, in the back of my head, I was like, don't mess this up because you're going to look like a fool.
I almost zoomed in on you to put the pressure on, too.
I love it. Well, Ram, big triple there with his last dart, but Bryn's sitting at 175, but Ram essentially stole it there, leaving 111.
Excited to see how Ram will perform just throughout this event. He's clearly gotten on pretty well to get this far in.
There we go, 111 check for Ram. 51 for 40. Tops it is.
Doesn't go for Guevara. Prinz will have an opportunity now. 13 for tops. So we even have Bryson watching along.
Double 10. Oh, not quite. Not quite.
Opening early on here for Guevara for a break of throw. Does pepper it in to the double bed.
That will work for Guevara. A 17 dart leg. Sorry. Yeah, it should be 17 dart leg. It went in as a 16.
Still did well to find himself there and carry himself well. Played Heisen on the stream board last night in cricket, who gave him a little bit of a lesson towards the end of the second leg and got him going there. But Ram already making an appearance on the stage should feel a certain level of comfortability.
Ram, just the past, what would we say, year, maybe year and 3 months, he's just blossomed into this dominant force of nature. We saw him at TOC this year on the soft tip board, of course, really win that event. Just throwing some dominant form. Taking on Danny Baggish, your Mike Maloney, and so on and so forth, and was able to, what seemed like, win that with ease.
Yeah, just the way he's found himself and carried himself. We talk about how he went through a hitch, he went through a struggle, and has been getting back into the game in the last 12 to 24 months. But frankly, I would argue to say he's playing better than he even did before the hitch, and is clearly showing that he's a dominant North American force. And if he can do well in this event today, then he's going to show that he can play both sides of the game just as dominant as well.
Well, leaving 153 after 12. Prinz back on 322. Really just has to clean this up and no look at a checkout after that first dart. So that leaves 93. 57 would leave 36.
Ram not going to be happy they didn't clean it up just a little bit more on that last dart here. Prin's going to have to go ahead and do a good stab at this here. Finds 100 to leave the 126. Not too shabby himself.
51, 32. And he just misses on the inside, giving Prinz a look at the 126 here.
Jeff Springer Jr. 4-0 over Brandon Perez.
My goodness, what a display there from Jeff Springer over the hometown hero, Brandon Perez.
Perez, who bested Alex Spellman earlier in the day.
Here we go, double 8 for 2-0.
Be a big find here. Just to get that jump early on, even if it is just a hold to throw. The advantage alone is worth its weight in gold.
Is able to salvage it after a few questionable first darts, but hey, he gets it done with dart number 3. 2-0 in favor of Guevara.
Prince just going to have to settle in to his own form here. Hasn't been far off the margins by any means, only averaging 5 points under. But just hasn't been giving himself too many great opportunities.
And, I mean, far all over the triple bed there.
It is so funny seeing Ram play in a format like this. We're so used to seeing him play cricket, so used to seeing him throw at 19s and 17s for a majority of his big scoring rounds. He likes to remind us every now and again that he likes all segments on the board. He's not partial. Although this leg has not been his friend so far, continuing to find just 60s on the score.
Ooh. How did he work that in there?
Specifically where the dart went was the most impressive part, considering high likelihood for deflection, deflected perfectly into where he needed it to go.
Exactly that. I mean, how did he work that in there from the position it was in? I don't know, but he managed to do so and leave himself a 176 to leave a good checkout look here. Ton plus is what he's gunning for. Not quite ton plus, but 81 will do. Especially a Ram way on back at 358.
Yeah, very quickly it's become a tune-up leg here. You're just going to be focusing on getting ready for the next one. You can't even think about even trying to get back in on this one.
Oh.
Still possible, as that was a very unfortunate bounce out, but not likely, as 38 still the look and is taken by Prinz, who only needed 2 of his 3 darts.
How about that checkout look from Prinz, who first dart out, hey, we'll just have 2 more, collect there. Gotta love it. Didn't necessarily need to go for that 38, though, did he?
No, he didn't need to at all, but you get style points, which is worth more than anything else.
Here's your brownie, sir.
Ram rocking the aerodynamic shorts, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I did see a couple of conversations about it in the comments. Very questionable. He did talk to us about the dress code yesterday, so that was that's at least something.
I don't know what will happen on that end of things, but hey, we'll leave it up to the tournament organizers and what have you.
We just talk about what we see.
But right now, those Astor flights just keep finding some good numbers. You mentioned the conversions. Yeah, same setup, both steel and soft. He really just changes the front pieces, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a Super Darts signature brand, or a signature line with the Super Darts brand is what I meant to say. As he just throws those darts, he puts a lot of heft in them, and he's one of the few players that can throw his setup. Normally when I see a pro player doing well, sometimes I want to buy their darts because I know maybe I'll like them. I know for a fact I won't with his.
Oh, Brand's throwing an 83 to leave himself in position if he gets a chance. It looks like he will get a chance, and the question, does he have to take this here? I mean, pressure has been induced there from Ram.
Yeah, just going ahead and put himself in pole position for match points. This will not go for Prinz. Cannot pins.
Just stop it, sir. Just stop it. Double 4.
Can work in on that dart. Worked in too much, over to double 2, and doesn't go. Now this is a more achievable opportunity. Dave Prinz wants to be able to be the guy to take this.
Oh, sure. You want to tie this up too. I mean, the madhouse leave for Ram is no easy task. It can be a mentally rough more than anything, but we'll see if he can pin it here.
You can see the tops attempt there after the kick up on the dart from Prinz. 9-gram Ram needs the madhouse.
That's not a bad marker for start, but not able to capitalize.
And Prinz goes ahead and takes it there, and now Ram, who was trying to get himself to match point, instead is in a chalk affair going against the darts. Dave Prinz back in control here.
Yeah, we'll see how Guevara reacts to that one. I mean, had a few chances to make that 3-1. Now instead you're dealing with a 2-2 scoreline, so he knows he's in a battle.
And goes to the trusty 19s there for his cover shot. If I was Ram, I'd be incorporating that a lot more in my throw. Just so he's known for the bottom of the board. He's known for 19s and 17s in cricket. Don't be afraid to go to your honey hole every now and again.
Yeah, a number that you're familiar with and you always frequently hit. I mean, I would like to see a little more transition to the 19s myself here from Ram. But Prinz, kind of that hang and bang mentality on the 20s. It's kind of an old school mentality, but it sure works. You want to be into the quarterfinals without that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's my mentality with the board is, okay, no think, only throw 20.
And there you go. Goes the 18 route on 305. We mentioned that in previous coverage. You know, you start to see this new age trip 20, 25 back up. That's the kind of more traditional route on that 305 is the 18s.
Yeah, but the new age way is so fun. Love the bull use in modern play. It's more active than ever, it seems.
Well, what a 1-3-7. Come on now. Sets himself up.
And Ram's finding himself in trouble now.
Well,
trying to dig himself out of it.
Yeah, 180 or 177 would sure be handy here. And he's kind of thinking about it. I don't know what he's considering here. Maybe it looks like a good placement, but he didn't like it, so he goes 171.
Yeah, worried more about where he was leaving the end of his throw.
Leaves himself the 116 if he gets a look. That's if he gets a look. Tops for Prinz.
To get a 3-2 advantage. Does not get it there. Guevara went out of his way with the 171 to leave the 116. Must be keen on it one way or another.
By the hair on the chinny chin chin, and he elects the 20s. That is surprising for me, but he's getting a look. 36 for the leg.
And a break of throw here. Taking a moment for that composure.
Oh! What a check from Ram Guevara.
Last 6 darts of perfection, 171 into 116, and now it just has to hold throw for the match. Dave Prinz can't believe it as he missed by the hair of his chinny chin chin on that 20.
Yeah, sitting on tops and your opponent takes out the 116 is going to be a little bit tough. Now you just got to recuperate and try to break here to stay in this match. To stay in the tournament, let's be honest.
And afford yourself a semifinal face-off against Jeff Springer Jr. Ram Guevara looking mint right now. Prince, who has not looked bad at all, in a mid-80s average.
Well, we started off hot. We started off real hot. I mean, 17 darter for Ram. I mean, some people will consider that real hot, but it certainly worked. Yeah, nice 120 floor there from him too. But we had a couple checkout misses and that unfortunate circumstance, but Prinz is still in this.
Oh, he's not going to give up on it. He's a seasoned veteran.
He just needs to rely on a miss here from Guevara, and he needs to leave himself with a good look, but that's only if Guevara misses.
Guevara having a little bit of recollection there. Stay there. Does find it. Double 12 it is. Ram Guevara Jr. Scrooston doesn't get it there, but will return. And now Prince has to fade 3 more darts at doubles, it seems.
Yeah, what a beauty look for a 12-dart leg. And Prince, nothing he can do here but just set himself up. Can Guevara make a semifinal at the Las Vegas Open? Double 6.
Work in that dart. Worked it in too much. You have to attack this double 3 too. Play it aggressive. Doesn't go. Prinz to save the match and send it to another leg. Looking right at the 20s. Double 15. Oh, that's an awkward dart. And it doesn't go. Split or attack. What do you do?
I think you attack here. But he chooses to split. Prinz thinks he's done. And he is done. Ram Guevara Jr. does it.
Great shot there from Ram. Gets it done and continues to move on now into the semis against Jeff Springer Jr. As it does look like we aren't getting that other quarterfinal. We were going to try to get Patrick Keithy and Dave Cameron, but it looks like we're going to go right into the semis.
I think I just got a message from the turn. I think they pushed those in order to make room for doubles tonight. I would have loved to get that of the match, let's be fair. Because we, to be honest, we didn't see a lot of men today on the gold front. But hey, you know what?
That's because we're ladies' men.
Yeah, I guess. Don't get me started. I'm gonna no, I can't.
Come
do
on,
that. No,
just say it.
This is the ladies' man. All right, here we go. All right, so we got Ram Guevara, Jeff Springer, and then your quarterfinals is Patrick Keithy, David Cameron, James Beaton, Ryan Ocampo. So we'll see what happens there, but we're going to get Jeff Springer, Ram Guevara next.
Could be completely unseeded, by the way, in the semifinals.
That's
if Patrick and Ryan win, it would be no seeded players left in this tournament.
That is crazy. So we got some more action coming your way, folks. Hang on tight. We'll be right back. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira, USA Darts continues their coverage of Las Vegas Open here in a moment. Their coverage. That's funny.
Welcome back to the 46th annual Winmore Fleetwood Memorial Las Vegas Open, live here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Tuscany Suites Casino. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Will Stewart. Will, they are diddling here to get started. This is our semifinal of the men's gold ranking event, looking to lock up a spot at Lakeside. And we have soft tipper Ram Guevara taking on the stinger, Jeff Springer.
Yeah, and this is one person we can definitely consider soft tipper because that's predominantly what he plays. But, yeah, he's made a pretty good trek here. Maybe didn't throw the best games in his last one. He had a few checkouts that maybe took a little bit longer to take out. But, hey, he threw a 77 average and got Prinz there with a 85. So, hey, that'll work. That'll work. It's into the semifinal. Win's a win, right?
Yep, win and move on. That's all you can do. And to do it against a
veteran, easy, savvy veteran,
and Dave Prinz says a lot. I watched Ram briefly yesterday playing in the ADO National Championship. Last league decider, he goes 180, 140, and just missed the wire for the opportunity at the 9. The talent of this gentleman is gross, honestly, on a dartboard. Got his CTC Tour card by way of the DP Texas final, defeating Danny Young 9-1 in that final, averaging 91 in the process.
Yeah, he's definitely talented. I mean, I walked out there and he said, "Man, I wish I would have hit that 144." And I said, "Maybe if you didn't forget how to count in the middle of it," because he hesitated. He's like, "I just took my time, man. What you talking about?" So it was pretty funny, but hey. He knows what he has to do, and so does Jeff. Jeff, of course, Lakeside participant last year in the WDF side of things. So, yeah, he definitely wants to go back to that stage and kind of redeem himself because he felt like he should have got that match.
Yeah, I talked to Jeff Springer early yesterday, and he said his game's been feeling real good. He's been in a good spot, and then kind of had a disappointment yesterday. So today to come into this now in the semifinal, and this is a CDC event winner and multiple finalist in last season of the CDC Tour.
What a shot from Guevara, who leaves himself the Shanghai after a great 1-2-5. And look at this. He's going to get a look. Tops.
He will be back with Springer not on the finish. But yeah, Jeff had a breakout year in the CDC last year.
He certainly did. He had some great finishes. He won an event, correct? He won an event.
I was mistaken. He made the final
Oh, okay.
in event number 3.
I remember him at least being in a final. We'll see if he goes traditional 20 route here. He will. And can't quite get the triple to leave 32, so. Sorry, I'm pulling double time here, commentary and switchboard, so whoopsies. There we go. That's 1-0.
Yeah. Hold a throw at the end of the day, but it's a necessary one. In the semifinal, first to 5 legs, so the format does extend to a first to 5.
And I believe it'll jump up once again for the final, so it'll go to a first to 6 leg format there.
Rams is still throwing those 9-gram darts. That has been confirmed. I talked to him about that yesterday. Throwing with conversion tips that have a little gnarl to the end of the point, which kind of allows it to stick a little bit more. But that's a 180 from Jeff Springer.
Yeah, he doesn't do much changing from soft to steel. It's really just the tip that he changes. Same flights, same weight.
Which is, for someone who predominantly plays one over the other, it's the right move.
It's smart. And, I mean, he really slings it to the board. You can kind of maybe we'll get a little side profile view real quick just so you can take a look. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it, but he gives it a chuck.
Can you actually do it from this right here without the full board? Is that possible? Just to look at like how fast it flies into the board for Ram.
We'll do that here in a second for our next leg.
Because we're getting near a finish.
I can actually probably do it here. It looks like Jeff will take it. So
you just see very straight. There's no arc to his throw at all, and just goes straight to where he wants it to go. And that's a 1-2-5.
Oh,
tops.
12 for tops.
It's a 1-1 score line. Still on throw. Holds a throw in leg number 1 and 2. In the semifinal, automatically guaranteed $500 for these two players. The winner is guaranteed at least $1,000. And first place is $2,000 in this gold ranking event.
Yeah, not a bad prize fund there, and that's across the board. I mean, most of your time, your gold event's going to be that $2,000 across the board.
Mm-hmm.
So, no matter if you win a gold event, that's pretty much the prize money you're going to come home with. Pretty good payday.
And the real prize is spot at Lakeside.
That's exactly it. The real prize is the spot in the World Championships on that iconic Lakeside stage. I mean, I'd love to do it. There's no doubt about that.
Last year, Jacob Taylor was our champion in this event. Jeff Springer was at Lakeside this past year. Would love to win a spot right here in this event.
Yeah, as I was saying, he kind of feels like he should have won that match on the stage, and when it didn't go his way, he was a little upset about it, but that's kind of how it goes, There's one winner, there's one loser. Oh, loves that. Great 140 to set himself up.
Yeah, a huge 140 out of him.
Guevara needs the bull here. Will take that look to set himself up with the big fish. Guevara gets the first. Does not get the second. It falls just below. He's got a triple take there just to make sure that he didn't collect.
He wanted to go fishing. I don't blame him.
And, yeah, transfers over to the trip 18. Would have left 36 if you converted there. So 100 for Springer. I would imagine double-double if he misses this. Yep, double-double.
And pins the double-double for Jeff Springer.
What a shot for Jeff. As you can see him just, right as I knew. If he misses high, he's going for it here. Double-double for the leg. 2-0 in his favor.
Yeah, well done there. Our other semifinal is not yet established. David Cameron's playing Patrick Kithy out there in the Dart Hall. We do have one semifinalist confirmed. That's James Beaton, former PDC Tour Pro, and right now ranked 17th on the WDF main ranking for the men.
Yeah, quality stuff there for James. But no matter what, we're going to have an American in the final.
You ain't a wolfin'. Will it be the Stinger? Or will it be the man who continues to shock the steel tip world, Ram Guevara?
What a setup job for Jeff. Perfect way of attacking that to leave himself the big fish. But Guevara trying to slam in a 180, can't do it. Even if he did, he would have been on the outside looking in. But it's a helpful shot.
Only 43 on the setup shot there from Springer. So Ram can put some pressure on. And he does exactly that with a 140, leaving 96 after 12. The 127 might have to go. He should get a dart. No, he doesn't. Misses the big number. 65 left.
He may pay for that with Guevara sitting on 96. I'm afraid he may.
Do we see double-double after the first? We might. I'm staying right there, though. Yeah, it was laying perfectly for him, though.
Yeah. Can't blame him for staying there after that first dart being where it was laying. Go ahead and utilize that marker instead of trying to go double 20, double 30, or double 18.
Well, to cement an advantage here for the Springer. And he hits tops once again. Jeff Springer, 3-1 lead. The Washington State resident on the West Coast. Up 3-1 on the gentleman from Houston.
A solid last from Jeff.
The semifinal here of the Las Vegas Open.
Ooh, great 140.
I forgot to mention about James Beaton. He's also only 21 years old.
Nuts.
So.
Just absolutely nuts.
He also has two 9-darters televised, or at least recorded 9-darters on the PDC development tour.
Yeah, no big deal, right?
Yeah.
No big deal. Speaking of him, congrats to Bo Greaves.
Yeah.
Some dominance early in the Challenge Tour circuit.
Yeah, for someone who is a little bit more against wanting to play with the men.
She sure can do it.
She sure as heck can. And
she puts a whooping on him.
And it wasn't by, like, fluke or anything. She beat John Henderson in the final 5-0, averaging 101.
Oh, nasty. Well, 111 check for Ram here.
He's got 6, too.
20. And tops for the check.
That's a 111 checkout from Ram Guevara. Little settler, 15-darter.
What a shot.
The talent of that gentleman. Springer not to be deterred, only 59 at the start. So an opportunity for Ram to get back on throw. Still one break down. A 135 start's going to help.
Yeah, that'll help. Looks like we're switching out chalkers. Somebody got called, so kudos for stepping in and chalking. We appreciate it.
And the way he got up there and the stance was textbook already. You're like, all right, we're good.
Oh, yeah, we get Stan Perry now. So Stan
is the man.
Been up there a few times and for chalking. He knows exactly what to do. You see just a little slip there from both our competitors, trying to just get back into it after that little change of chalkers. Anything like that can kind of send you for a little bit of a loop for a second, can it?
Oh, 100%. It's something you don't expect to happen, and when it does, it's like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Something that is expected to always happen, David Cameron does take out Patrick Hithy 4-2 in that quarterfinal. Not that that was expected, but Dave Cameron playing well is always expected. So for the second time running, Dave Cameron's in the semifinals.
Well, congrats to Patrick Keithy, who, he last year finished second in the 80-01 501 national championships and making a run to the top 8 here. Can't complain about that.
No, you cannot.
Guevara needs 2 triples to act or to at least feel like he's putting some pressure on Jeff here.
I will say that puts him in the driver's seat. Springer has the shot, but it's unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Way more unlikely now.
Kind of thinking about it here.
79 left.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's going to be 14 left. So double 7 for Guevara for a 3-3. If not, Jeff Springer's right behind you with 62 to put him 1 leg away from a finals berth.
And unfortunately, all that time thinking it through, I think took the rhythm out of him.
Tops.
And it does not go in based on the reaction. Otherwise, that's a really weird hit from Jeff Springer. Double 7's never easy.
I was thinking he honestly may split there, and he elected not to.
He would like to use dart 3, though.
Yep.
Springer not on a...
Not a great check at all, is he?
Yeah, it's an awkward one.
He's kind of in the position of attacking too, huh?
Yeah, and he pins it and keeps that separation. 4-2 lead.
Ram thought that may have been it there as you saw him kind of step in to give Jeff a handshake.
Whoops. Now, if you're Ram and you just thought you were out of it, you have a new breath. And Jeff knew that he had one more leg to go, but... Do you think that's a little bit of an adrenaline dump? So far, not really the case. Definitely a scrappy affair between both these players as far as the averages go. Below their standard.
Yeah. I mean, this is scrappy back and forth. Not really the best of averages, but they have been playing an awful lot of darts today, haven't they?
And they are not done yet. In fact, this is the first event for them today. Some of them have 2 more.
Yeah, you've got mixed triples to end our evening, but a little bit of doubles cricket action coming your way after this.
And I can guarantee you both these players right here have partners for that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that actually started at 3 p.m.?
Yeah. Yep, correct.
So hopefully they haven't been pushing the bracket back too far. Hour and a half since the start. Nice 140 from Springer. But Ram on 208.
Yeah, look at this. Hammered in for the 180. Why not? Leaves himself 28. What a big shot.
Great darts from Guevara on a 13 dart hole to throw. The important leg's the next one. Springer just needs to hold his throw in the next leg to be in the final. Ram only down one break. He will have the darts in the last leg decider if it goes the distance, and that 28 goes easily.
Yeah, good 13 dart leg for Guevara. But all Jeff has to do is hold here, and he will advance.
Would you agree, Will, that the start is always important when you just have to hold, and the 45 is not ideal?
No. Definitely not ideal. Don't remember if you said it, but we will get Cameron Beaton up next.
Which is not the name of a person. It will be David Cameron versus James Beaton. That's a 180 from Jeff Springer.
Touche. Well said.
Well, it actually confused me. I was like, and I even knew. Seems like a real name of a person. 135 follow of the 180. Good answer. Springer right back in it. Man, 180, 140 to put himself in the driver's seat of this penultimate leg.
Yeah, the scoring power really showing here, but unfortunate round at the board for Ram. This gives way for Jeff. 6 darts at 136 for a final.
Just sets it up beautifully. 96 to leave tops. Ram can only put pressure on. Would love a couple trebles. Not going to get all of that. But 117 doable if he returns. 3 match starts incoming for a spot in the final. And a potential return to Lakeside for Jeff Springer. Double 10. And it goes inside. Ram to stay in the match.
This would be a massive 117. We've seen him take out checkouts like this before. Not here in this one, though.
Maybe a sigh of relief from the stinger.
It's got to be.
Now, what's the argument that he's doing in his head? Do you go right at it?
You got to go right at it. Surely.
And he pins it. Jeff Springer, you can see what it means to him, is in the finals of the Men's Las Vegas Open Gold Ranking event.
You think he wants to return?
I know he wants to return to Lakeside. I know that he was the player who stayed longer and just was there supporting all the players. He watched Paul Lim play his matches. He watched Jason Brandon, supported him. So Jeff would love a return to that Lakeside stage, and he is one step away from doing so.
I agree with that. Well,
and great run from the soft tipper.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Which is funny because Kelly says, oh, they don't know Jeff because he doesn't play soft tip. We only stream Jeff about, 20 times a year.
I am the play-by-play commentator for the Championship Darts Corporation.
Yeah, so I think we see Jeff a lot.
I see Jeff consistently on tour.
It is kind of funny, folks. We do stream about halfsies, half soft tip, half steel tip, but we see an awful lot of these players. So we'll keep trucking on, folks. What do you say? Las Vegas Open. We're going to have a final coming your way here sooner rather than later. Next up, David Cameron takes on James Beaton on board number 1 as it just got called to our finals board. And there's James. We'll get underway here in just a second. William Stewart, Sean Green, thanks for joining us.
Nick Scher and Sean Green here, live for USA Darts over at Las Vegas, Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada?
Nevada.
No, Nevada. But we're excited to get right back into the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Las Vegas Open live in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Nick Teixeira. Nick, we got the second semifinal. The winner of this gets Jeff Springer in the final. And these two gentlemen both really need no introduction, depending on the audience and where they're located. Dave Cameron, former Canadian #1, is taking on James Beaton from Cheshire, England, and former PDC professional, currently ranked 17th in the WDF main ranking system.
Certainly an enticing affair. It looked likely that we might not have any seeded players into this portion of the semifinals. Instead, we get two, and players that are both thinking, okay, I'm going to get the bid. I'm going to get the job done here. So it looks like there's a little bit of confusion on the stage. Not exactly sure what's going on there. But it looks like we're going to be getting into the action here. Jeff Springer, fiery on the stage in that last one. Enjoyed watching that one from the bleachers a little bit, hanging out with one of the media people. Jen Mounts, never heard of her, as I was watching that one from the rafters.
One of the sweetest flight paths in darts is David Cameron's darts. Just it's always so sweet. You want to talk about a very interesting throw. James Beaton has a lot of movement in the backswing, front swing. It's going to be interesting to see this from the multiple perspectives that we have. Compliments of William Stewart.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting action there. Kind of brings the dart right on down, but he does it mostly to kind of get that motion, that arm loosened up, it seems, to actuate the muscles.
Yeah, he definitely, it's almost Gumby-like in the lack of tenseness that he has from his wrist all the way through his arm. I mean, you never see a player drop that low on their pump.
Well, right now, Cameron looking sharp for potential 12-dart leg.
Yeah, the champagne
pop
shot.
the cork.
Does not need to do it. Not sure if that was a switch or not. But Beaton miles back here in leg #1. And the one thing that David Cameron will always do is score well if he's at this point in the tournament. His finishing, if it's spot on, he is a deadly dart player. If it starts to wobble a little bit, that's where his averages can fall into the 90s and 80s. But if his finishing is on, like you saw it right there, that 15-darter, he is very prone to averaging over 100.
Well, and, I mean, Dave Cameron, really a new man ever since that wasp landed on him at the Palace. I feel like it has blessed his dart game ever since.
He still has a wasp sticker on his dart case.
As he should. A nice homage there. Honestly thought you might have rebranded the whole Excalibur thing because of how much that wasp helped him out there.
Also a many-time winner on the CDC main tour is David Cameron. I've had the pleasure of interviewing him this year and his victories. He's always an absolute gentleman on and off the hockey.
Yeah, proven once again the Canadian stereotypes reign true. James trying to get himself settled into this one a little bit. Cameron not really wasting much time finding that early success. See, just looking comfortable. Pretty simple action there. Slight movement in the arm as he brings it back to his eye, but then clear follow through in his action.
Nick, we just want to remind our viewers that this is a race to 5 in the semifinal. A little jump in the action from the quarters and on back. And then the final is a race to 6. Again, the winner of this faces Jeff Springer from Washington State in the final.
The Stinger versus maybe the man that was blessed by a wasp. Sounds like an interesting plot line, but of
that
course,
would be an interesting plot line.
Beaton can be the bee against the Stinger.
A lot of buzzwords that we can go with between these two players.
That's pretty good. Give you credit where credit's due.
Thank you. Excalibur just trying to set this up nicely. Got rid of the 3, which is very smart. It leaves a steady ton. But Beaton going to start on the bowl. 1, 2, 5 left. Treble 20. Would have left tops. Maybe go down to 19s here on dart 3. We'll come back with 76 if Cameron cannot take out this 100. But this is for a break of throw.
Definitely within his wheelhouse. Not going to be in it today, though. Just sets up. Beaton should get at least 1 dart here. Hopefully multiple.
I love seeing the 2 kids there on the side watching the darts happen. Double 8 for Beaton. And a 1-1 score line. Does exactly that. Made that look simple. And I don't know if you noticed, James's supporter, family member maybe, walked up and just did the settle down motion to him with, huh? Oh, it's Paula Jacqueline, never mind. So just friend of James that's also here. Just tell him to settle down a little bit. Just relax. It is his first time on the stage this weekend, not on any stage. James is very familiar with all of that. He actually has 2 recorded 9-darters.
It's very easy to get caught up in the action the first time you step on the stage for the weekend. Just like we talk about first-round blues with events, well, sometimes there's first-stage blues.
And we can honestly tell you, and this is really crazy, it's not our camera that's shaking. When you see the little motion from the board there, that is happening because of the stage.
We're actually doing it in post for dramatic effect.
Yes.
It's like the crowd noise feature in the new college football game.
Nice 135. Still miles back as Cameron's on 185 out of 9. And he's going to set himself up beautifully. Just misses the 65. Or the 25 to leave tops, but potential 14-darter with the throw.
Yeah, looking solid on throw so far. Mid-90s average, nothing to scoff at. James has continued to raise it up throughout this match, but will need to cross that threshold even more as Dave Cameron is going to get this done in 2 for a 2-1 advantage.
And again, watching those doubles go in with relative ease for Cameron tells you how dangerous he could be in this. Great start from Beaton. That's a 180.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff there to get things going. And again, it's been a game of chalk. That's all that really matters at the end of the day, especially if you're just trying to get yourself settled in. You'll get your opportunities every now and again, especially when you're scoring as well as these guys tend to be.
He only went 3 darts into the 9-darter. So feel free to boo him at home. We're professionals. We're not going to do that here.
You have to get at least 5 in before you start getting booed from the sports side, the sports calling side of the thing.
Realistically, yeah. Otherwise, you're a crowd that's expecting too much. Nice 140. Beaton doing exactly what he needs to do with the throw in this leg. Sitting on 150 after 9.
And not much Cameron can do against all the action getting thrown towards him by James. 150 on the approach now. He's going to get set up here. Should be set up well.
It's so impressive how consistent Beaton is with all of the pre-throw motion. I know I keep bringing it up, but just the looseness that he throws with is actually impressive to start off with. Goes
bowl for tops.
And you love it.
Beautiful find there from James Beaton. No real hesitation in that shot. He did not want to stay up for the 18 for 36, and I love everything about that approach.
See the acknowledgement there from Maddox. Chalking this one once again. Cameron not deterred whatsoever. The former senior tour champion in the Masters. Beaton gets 2 darts in the 9-darter that time before throwing in a 1.
Now, if you're already booing, that's on you.
Yeah, for sure. Although at Ali Pally, they were getting real excited for every single 180 to start off a match, or even first 2 triple 20s. They're already screaming because they want that 60 grand too.
Who doesn't? Cameron should be able to set up pretty well from here. His scoring has been phenomenal, like we've mentioned. Finding a 180 on the board there to get himself in pole position for this 5th leg bout.
Both gentlemen now have 1 apiece in this semifinal. Beaton unable to leave a checkout, so Cameron 11 dart. Hold a throw. He's getting better.
Hold after hold here. Still have to favor the fact that Cameron is up 12 points in the averages so far. But James, who started leg number 1 in the low to mid 60s, has raised his average 20 points by the time we got to the 6th leg.
James' highest 2 averages on this tournament is a 91 in round number 3, and then in the quarterfinal against Ocampo, he averaged 90 to get the job done there. And for Cameron,
beautiful 177 there from Beaton.
Yeah, that's brilliant. 98 averages his ceiling so far today. Let's take a look at this side. It's almost like he does his entire throw first, and then he does his entire throw while releasing the dart. Like he feels it all the way through to the exact follow-through spot, which you'll see sometimes, but it never goes past parallel usually when the player does that. And just with how loose his whole wrist system is with that too, it's impressive with how consistent he is.
Well, and he also throws with that tip of his dart pointed downward, which kind of gives it those sharper angles on the board. He, again, has that little bit of a flick, a little bit of a wrist action in his throw, but just right where he's able to find it consistently.
The 140 does tap Beaton on the shoulder. The 164 does not have to go, but there's no fun in not trying it.
Oh, certainly not. You'd rather give yourself the option than forego the opportunity altogether.
Setup play was beautiful, though.
Yeah, leaving 32 there. 180. Will just get chopped down. Pretty well, but not quite the 1-dart setup that we see here from James, as James is looking to keep this chalk.
For a 3-3 scoreline. And it goes right in, dart 2. It gives a little look at the camera, and we have ourselves a 3-3 scoreline. The 21-year-old from Cheshire, England, is here for the very first time at the Las Vegas Open.
He's making his presence known.
Yes, he is, and felt.
You see so many more conversations, again, of talking about exporting some of our North American talents over to Europe. Well, a lot of times the Europe talents like coming over and seeing us lately. It's very nice to be able to push our game by having these constant threats join our brackets and our tournaments.
I mean, it's how everyone gets better. You play the best competition. As much as I'm sure James would rather have his PTC Tour card and be over there, it is always nice to see him doing something different here this weekend. And he did forego the Challenge Tour, technically, first 3 events to be here.
Oh, debatably rightfully so, considering how this affair has been going. I'll try to get cheeky on the bull in the last start. Would have been a great collect. Goes outside, though, so it does not help. Cameron should be the first one on a finish. This is getting awkward on that 20 bed, though. Does find it dead center on the last. Getting himself out in front to a 104 finish. 182 can be set up prime, though.
Yeah, a chance to put some pressure on the 104. And that dart might sting. Cameron needs 1 treble. Gets it, double 12. Oh, and drags it over to the 9.
Yeah, that could be a very disparaging dart to see. Did not look as clean as his other attempts at doubles have been so far.
Starting on the bowl. 17. Tops for break a throw. Would have been the first lead for Beaton in the match.
This is where it gets dangerous. Setting yourself up on 15, you're only going to get 2 darts max.
Cameron likes double 6.
Should be able to use that dart.
Does so beautifully. And a 4-3 lead now for David Cameron. And a race to 5.
On match point, but it's been holds of throws left, right, and center.
Trying to make this an all-North American affair in the final.
The hometown crowd would love to see it, but also you can't deny the fact that James Beaton really has earned his right in this final. Just getting his average just below 90. Dave Cameron was in the 90s for majority of this and still is. Quite the challenge at bay here.
Yeah, second best average on the day for Cameron that he's performing here in the semifinal.
This is Cameron having an opening here to attack the throw after a lax 6 darts there from Beaton. A little bit of separation between the two now.
Springer does have a few matches in the 90s today in the final, but the last one was just an 81. But I'd argue that's more dictated by just the situation of gameplay between the two opponents there.
Important turn here for James. Finds the first start. Can he make a max collect? He really wants to. Looks poised to. Finds a 140, though, for the 126 on the setup. Dave Cameron is going to be able to challenge it, though. This is down to the finish line, potentially.
Is that enough of a push?
See what James thinks about it.
Should get a dart. Bullseye to stay in the match.
Doesn't get it. So now 81 for Dave Cameron. Our first break of throw could be the one that sends him to the final. He'll get 2 darts at double 12. And he pins it there. Dave Cameron Excalibur pulls the sword and swings it into the final.
Wow, a 14 darter break a throw. I mean, Cameron was masterful in that semifinal, averaging 95 to do so. So the final is set for the men's WDF 501 gold ranking event. Who is going to Lakeside and stamping their spot there? Is it going to be Jeff Springer from Washington State in the United States, or is it going to be David Cameron Excalibur from Nova Scotia, the Canadian?
Only time will tell, as it is about time for them to go over to the board in just a few moments. Time, that is.
Yeah, Cameron will probably take the max amount of time that he gets in between. He likes to work at that kind of pace. So we will bring you that final as soon as those players are up there at the board ready to go. I'm Sean Green.
Nick Teixeira. Will Stewart
is in the background. And we are USA Darts Productions live here at the Las Vegas Open. We'll be back for the final right after this.
What is the purpose of the Vertex stand? This product is made by Winmore, and they have solved 3 different problems. Number 1, when you don't want to permanently mount a dartboard. Number 2, when you can't drill into your walls. And number 3, when you want to travel with a dartboard. Not everyone wants a dartboard permanently mounted into a wall. Perhaps you just want to bust out the dartboard occasionally to entertain friends or family. The Vertex stand is perfect because you don't drill into the wall, you simply lean it against a flat surface. This is easily the most convenient product I've ever seen that you can set up or tear down super fast for portability. In minutes, you can have everything packed and ready to go with you for your next darts tournament or a friend's house or even camping. You can lean this bad boy up against a tree. On top of all of that, I love the idea of being able to easily travel with a dartboard. This thing is awesome. I was given it just to review, but believe me when I say it is not going back to A to Z Darts. They can try to pry it out of my hands.
So today we're going to learn how to throw a dart. In each turn of darts, you get 3 darts to throw. So with all 3 darts in your non-throwing hand, step up to the toe line. If you're right-handed, put your right foot on the line. Lefties, left foot. This isn't baseball, so you want the same foot forward as your throwing arm, not the opposite. Usually the toe line is set so that your foot will be right up to the front edge of the line, not behind it. This toe line is also known as the Aki. The position of your front foot is usually at an angle to the line, to some degree. Your back foot should be a little bit wider than shoulder width away from the front. Put 1 dart in your throwing hand while holding on to the other 2 darts in your other hand. Looking at the dartboard, focus in on a spot you want to hit. To start, let's look right at the bullseye. As you stare at your target, lean forward, bring the dart up and draw it back towards your eye. Throw the dart by moving your hand and forearm towards your target, keeping everything else as still as possible. Hold your position while transferring the second dart to your throwing hand and repeat your throw. Once you've thrown all 3 darts, your turn is complete and you can retrieve your darts from the board. And yes, it will take some practice to get the dart to go where you're aiming. It's not as easy as the pros make it look. But with practice, I guarantee your accuracy will get better, and I tell you, there's nothing better than having 3 darts go exactly where you wanted them to. If you've already been throwing darts and have had success with something slightly different than what I've just explained, great, fantastic. As long as it works for you, no problem. Just keep in mind that any extra movement in your throw will make it harder for you to hit your target consistently. As a beginner, just try to get all 3 darts to land in the same area. As you build your confidence, you can narrow down your target, getting all 3 darts to land in one number, say, like the 20s.
This game is going to be key. You can tell by the way they're scoring. There may be nothing in it. One man misses, does the other man get? Yes! Double 12! That is the most amazing leg of darts you will ever see in your life! I can't stay! 12, and the 9 Dart King lands another one! Covered by Team Michael. Double 12 by Gerwin! Michael by Gerwin! Luke Humphries, the ascension is complete! Incredible stuff! The world #1 is world champion!
Throwing 23-gram Cali West Colonial steel tip barrels. Her favorite checkout is 108. Coincidentally, Will Stewart recently did a video series, 4 ways to check 108. So many people voted Shanghai on the 18s, but Callie prefers the 419s for double 16s. So we're going to go that method in honor of her. Here's attempt number 1. So that did not fly. There's your trouble. Attempt number 2. Oh, geez. Oh, outside the wire. Attempt number 3. Son of a bitch. Attempt number 4. God, they come around quick. Oh, I wasn't going to let Callie down.
Jules Van Dongen, the Dutch Dragon, brand new signature darts as a part of the Winmore US player launch. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations, of course. Stretching it out because someone suggested a 95 checkout, and I am not feeling very
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the moment we've been waiting for, the final of the men's 501 gold ranking WDF Las Vegas Open. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Nick Durachi-Teixeira. Nick, we have United States versus Canada. I'm used to this with the CDC, especially these two gentlemen who have had fantastic years on tour. Jeff Springer taking on David Cameron.
Yeah, and it feels, I don't want to disparage Jeff Springer at all, but it almost feels a little David versus Goliath-esque in general, just with Dave Cameron's
No, it's David versus Jeff.
Oh. Just because of the fact that we've seen David Cameron have so much success on the big stages as of late, and Jeff Springer kind of getting that taste after going over to some of the WDF events. I'm curious to see how that will transpire here.
Well, they have played each other in the CDC one time previous, and that was last season, in event number 7 in the last 32. Jeff Springer averaged 101.5, and he lost 5-3 to David Cameron.
It will be an intense showing from both these players. You know how much is on the line. They want to get their ticket booked to Lakeside. That's what you're here for. This is what the whole weekend is about. It all accumulates to this very moment here. The man blessed by the Wasp versus the man with the Stinger.
Yeah, Jeff Springer has played in one World Championship, of course, last year. David Cameron, not a stranger to the Lakeside stage, has participated in 8 World Championships for the WDF. He has participated in 2 PDC World Championships the last 2 years. So, in 2023, 2024, did not participate this past year in that. So he's looking to get back at a major championship. 8-time CDC Tour winner.
Springer will get a look at 71 here to get things going. Great standard between these gentlemen so far. And he's going to do it with ease as he does it in 2 darts there. Jeff Springer Jr. getting the first strike on the board in this race to 6 format.
And you can see the level of play that these gentlemen are started off with. 14 darter from Springer. That had to be done in 15 or less, with Cameron playing as well as he was in that opening leg.
Both of them just really on a tear early on here. Not wasting any time about it. Good stuff as Jeff Springer finds a 2-trouble combination of his own. Back and forth early on. The scoring has been phenomenal. It's staying phenomenal, Sean.
Big 140 from Cameron. Exactly what we are hoping to see. Cameron has the second highest 3-dart average in this tournament at an 88.5. Springer at an 86 as the 5th highest average. So nothing much between them. The first 9 is pretty much identical. Their finishing is pretty much identical. Jeff has hit more 180s, but that's about the only difference.
You can see there Springer does find a ton, but not enough to stop Dave Cameron from getting 6 darts here.
73 left. Treble 19 will leave double 8. Does exactly that. So setting himself up for an even better round than Springer had in the previous leg on a 13 darter.
Of course, Jeff just going to do his job to try to get back in range here. That last dart going awry, not going to help his cause here as Dave Cameron does take this second leg here.
13 darts.
1-1. Well, Dave Cameron didn't break the throw until the winning round there to get that 5-3 win over James Beaton. We're going to see a chalk affair so far. Right now, yes.
Yep. And look at Cameron's average, 112 after 2 legs. And he's not missing that treble segment with that first dart.
Which is typically the best dart to find that segment on.
It definitely relaxes you for the other 2.
You always feel bad to that second dart. That doesn't get enough credit.
How about this? 432 players started, and we're down to 2. 430 are out of this tournament, and it's Jeff Springer and David Cameron.
Yeah, and honestly, out of the field, anybody could have been in this final. These two guys are not undeserving by any means, and have fought for the right to be here through and through. And I think it's definitely one of the more interesting combinations we could have gotten.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to argue that this was not a potential matchup that people would think about seeing based on the tournament field, no matter how big it is. These two gentlemen more than capable of making this not a fluke scenario. Whoever wins and potentially gets that opportunity at Lakeside.
Well, this would be a big moment here for Dave Cameron.
70 remains. What a tee up.
Yeah, beautiful set there. Jeff Springer pressured on this 116. Cameron trying to attack that first break of throw. Looks like just into the single 7 segment there.
Tops for Cameron and a break of throw in leg number 3. We're almost going to have a fun fact that the first 3 legs were done in 15 darts or less, or 14 darts or less. But no, sirree bub.
Well, not counting these 3 darts, that could still be true. Can't be true now, though. Frustrations there for Jeff Springer. Didn't hit the big number.
Well, especially because big break of throw for David Cameron and a 2-1 lead now for Excalibur. New Brunswick, Nova Scotia native. Currently averaging 105.
And between the 2 semifinals, the stronger performance was in Dave Cameron's hand. But Jeff Springer, just such a fiery player in nature, you just know that he's going to play to the competition regardless. That's something you just can't teach.
And Springer had to qualify for Lakeside last year by running through the qualifying tournament in order to get that spot, which had a ton of competitors playing in that at the Masters. So for him to get that job done and then get to Lakeside, he played Aaron Turner in the first round and did fall short in that. And I know that just the average alone, he wants to get back because he only averaged 74. And that's just not something that he wants to have that taste in his mouth the first time participating in it. And I bet he is chomping at the bit to get back there.
Well, you see these players get these opportunities, and once you get that first real big break, and not that he hasn't had others in the North American circuits, but getting a break like that makes you just really strive to find these opportunities again and again, and that's what makes these players go from great to excellent. You find that these players have the ability, they just need the confidence, and Jeff Springer full of it. In the best possible sense.
And that's a 140 from Springer. Cameron on 104. 84 remains. Is that in?
The clicks high.
And that shadows. Just right there, that little tiny shadow is really frustrating, but outside shot.
Jeff Springer, yeah, taking a look here. Again, errant dart where you see him collected at the beginning portion. When it gets to the setup phase and some of these big break shots, he just kind of, I wouldn't say falls apart, but definitely loses focus. Double top it is. Dave Cameron for a 3-1 lead. Doesn't get it, so opportunity to hand back over, but Jeff did not do himself any favors on that previous visit. He has to recompose here. He does do so. Will he get it? No, he does not. As it goes well outside on that double. Wish he would have slowed down just a little bit on that last dart. Cameron composed as ever.
Hits the double 10 again. And Cameron extends that lead to 3-1 in a 1-6 here in the final. So the format does extend out a little bit further. But Cameron's halfway to the finish line.
What I love about Cameron, is when he is in between turns. A lot of the times you'll see him in the background just kind of looking down, again, not paying no mind to anything happening in front of him. He just approaches the board situation state by state, very oftentimes not looking what his opponent's doing.
Never looks at his opponent. He stares straight at his feet. Something I could never do as a dart player. And I know that it's probably the right thing to do. As you see it's funny because from this side profile, it just looks like it's dead textbook for David Cameron. From the front on, it's interesting how he tucks his elbow as part of his motion that you cannot see from the side profile. Which, do you understand how amazing that is, that he's tucking his shoulder or his elbow at the same exact height all the way through that tuck?
It's a hard thing to do, but something he's pretty much got down to a science there. It's rotating like a pendulum.
He's like, all right, well, this is an off leg for me. After 9, still back on 3-5-3.
Yeah, giving Springer reprieve here. You don't want him to feel comfortable, as he was starting to really feel the heat there. Loosening up just a little bit, but not quite enough. Taking advantage, but not as much as he would like.
Yeah, as they settle in, the average is dropping a little bit for both players, which Springer's more than capable of averaging high average whenever he wants. But, yeah, this is definitely the type of match he wants, is a more scrappier version.
Well, and this is the same error he's made in a couple of these legs now, where he's getting to these crucial setup darts and just not quite dialing them in the way he's been dialing the rest of his darts there. It's frustrating. I would imagine he's absolutely feeling a little bit angry at himself, and it's one of those things where you got to make sure you don't implode because of errors like that.
But unfortunately, Cameron leaves himself a bogey off of a miss. 55, not much to pressure the 80 for Springer. But this is a must-win leg for Springer.
I'd have to agree with you there. Very important in multiple aspects. We'll get one dart.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was a good marker, if it was a blocker, and it looks like it's a blocker instead.
Yeah, you need to try to play to the right side of the bed there, but it's hard to get that level of control when you're just trying to focus and hyper fixate on the one dart you really need to collect on. No punishment incoming from Cameron. Should be able to collect here. You would have to think.
And he does find the double 5 and throws a little whatever out there at us. But in the day, 3-2.
He's just feeling frustrated because he knows how well he started off this. And one of the most frustrating things you can have as a player is throwing particularly well and then still not being able to collect. I mean, we saw it at the World Championships this year. 9 darters led to losses more than they led to wins. And when you know that you have these big collects, as you see there from Jeff Springer, and then all of a sudden they completely evade you, it's almost like, what happened? What did I do different? Nothing should be changing.
Well, I'm going to just say it. Damon had hit his 9-darter way early in the match and had way too much of an adrenaline dump, I think, by the end of it, because that energy was just gone.
Yeah. I'd have to agree with you there.
That's why you should always just do what the one kid did. Just win the last leg decider on a 9-darter. Guarantees the win with the 9-darter. Willie Borland, that was his name.
Cameron should be pretty good here to set up and hold throw. But of course, commentators curse for a reason. That was a bad one for me.
He got rid of the 3. That was important. Leaves a 160. We've seen that checkout earlier today from Asia Jalbert.
Yeah,
our highest checkout on the stream.
Still going to be frustrating, though. Could have closed that down a lot more. Even Jeff only finding to the 120. These darts from 200 to 100 are the ones that have been so strugglesome between these two. But we might see this here for the 160 check.
Just on the top wire. Will he return, or will Jeff Springer really get the namesake of the Shanghai and steal this leg? No.
Yeah, just going to readjust to try to find out on the last. Doesn't do so. Dave Cameron for a two-leg advantage. All over the wire.
That is so awkward. And he finds it on the bottom wire. I cannot tell you how difficult that was for him to find it. He had no room for error with those first two darts laying across the entire double segment of the 20.
Well, it's just intense focus to the highest degree.
I mean, it's Excalibur. Nothing.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
No, good performance there on finding the double. It's definitely slowed down as they were both in the hundreds in the first leg. We're like, oh, what is happening here? By leg 3, they started to taper, and now heading into leg 7 here. Still anybody's game, favoring the Canadian, of course.
Yeah, Springer only down 1 break, but he's starting to run out of time.
Yeah, but with Cameron right there only finding 1 trouble on the turn, he's not going to be feeling that heat yet. He's going to be feeling it after this leg because he's thinking, I'm already going to win it. And whether that's true or not, he's still going to have that mentality.
You can't overlook the legs with the throw, just to attack the throw. And while Springer's in the driver's seat in this leg, you definitely don't want to look too far ahead, as David Cameron now on 1-8-4. Springer needs to hit a couple trebles here to keep himself in the driver's seat.
There's the first, and that makes a couple.
Yeah, great job. 90 left after 12. Cameron can put a lot of pressure on it. A lot of pressure on it. Just leave double 2.
Do it for the fans.
And he does. That's a 180 from David Cameron.
The timing to put max pressure on. Jeff Springer should get 1 dart, but he went bull first.
He went so aggressive there instead of the 20s.
I would have preferred the 20s. Would have preferred a little bit more of a conservative approach. You need the guaranteed dart.
Yeah, 1,000,000%, and that is going to lead to this opportunity for Cameron. It's only cool if you hit it afterwards, and he does so. 14 dart break in Excalibur. 3 clear, and he's throwing for the title and a return trip to the Lakeside stage.
Quite the carrot on the stick. We've mentioned time and time again. Seems like things are shaping up in his favor here. Still staying, hovering around that 90 average, a place that you see Cameron in very comfortably. Jeff Springer, again, one of those guys that knows he can perform and do the same, if not better. But just some of those darts are starting to evade him a little bit. I wonder if he's thinking about the moment just a little too much, or if it's just plain old fatigue.
Yeah, David Cameron's average in the Championship Darts Corporation total out of every match and every leg played is an 89.05. So hovering right around that number here. Doing his job at this point.
Springer's not going to give up on this. Again, one of those fiery players that has a lot of confidence in themselves. Mm-hmm. He's going to just believe that he has a harder road, not that the road is closed.
No, Jeff Springer does not believe in dead ends.
No. But that's your opening.
Yep.
Dave Cameron with just 40 on the turn. A rare miss from him. What seems like a match that's been, again, going in his favor. And Jeff Springer, quick to pounce on the opportunity, finding a 140.
Yeah, great advantage from Springer. Trying to get the first job done of this daunting task, and that's break the throw right away of Cameron.
And you'll have time to do so here.
If it goes to the last leg decider, treble 20 would have left double 18. It would be Jeff Springer with the throw. But there's a lot of miles to go before we sleep in that one.
Here we go. We'll get 2 darts here, barring something crazy happening.
That's a perfect dart, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that looked good. After the perfect dart setup, it almost is guaranteed to go in. 17 darter, but it's a break a throw from Jeff Springer. You can't kick that gift horse in the mouth. Hold your throw here.
And he thinks he's up for the task, and so far he's showing that he really is up for the task. Jeff Springer Jr., resilient throughout.
Stinger trying to find a new gear. But that is 140 matched by 140 from the calm, cool, and collected David Cameron.
Cameron knows his opportunities will come. He just has to keep playing the board, keep looking at the game state, and attacking whatever that fancy number says, and whatever Russ tells him his score is.
Springer averaging 100 so far in this leg. Keeps that pace.
Likes to make the math easy for the truckers when he can.
I know I appreciate things like that. So now back in the driver's seat here is Springer. 6 starts from 201.
And these are moments where he's had scrappiness, where some darts have gone left and right. He needs to keep them straight. That one, I don't mind it nearly as much as it was an attempt to try to set himself up on a better finish. But 116, not a bad check.
But it's going to be pressurized. Not as much as he could have pressurized it, but this is a must go. And it's not going to.
Doesn't find the bed, so David Cameron will get an opportunity once again for the match.
Do you do the bullseye route here?
I would think that's fair to go. Yeah, he agrees.
Might save it anyway. Double 16 for the title. And Excalibur is the champion of the Las Vegas Open for 2025. He books his spot at Lakeside.
Yeah, a well-deserving win for David Cameron. In great form, given a little bit of stuff there. But Jeff Springer going on quite the run and starting to ask the question of, hey, wait a second, guys. I'm in the running here. And he absolutely fought well in that final. But David Cameron was just the better man at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I know the WDF is returning to Canada this year. But after a couple years off, it is good to see another Canadian in the field at Lakeside. David Cameron, your champion this year, defeating Jeff Springer 6-3 in that final. And honestly, he did so by just doing what he does best, power scoring, enough of the finishing to get the job done. But shout out to Jeff Springer for that heck of a run. Unfortunately, just falls a little bit short.
Yeah, great run in both of our WDF Gold events that we got to cover today. On top of the youth events we covered at the very beginning of the day. It's been a lot of fun here at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. Been having a lot of fun calling these games with you and Will as well. Really good showing here for the WDF and for the ADO for hosting this tournament over here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done this evening. We still have women's doubles cricket and open doubles cricket going on currently out there on the floor, and we are going to bring you coverage of that event. But we're going to take a short break just to reset everything. So make sure you hit that notification button or that subscribe button on YouTube. And another fantastic Las Vegas Open gold event. Again, congratulations once again to our champion who survived 431 other players to get the job done, David Cameron. We might not go anywhere. They're in the semifinals of the women's doubles already. So we might just be staying here. But we're going to take a real short break until they bring us that semifinal action. So Sean Green, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action, including probably the semifinals for the ladies without taking a break right after this. Ready for me? Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we did just get the math figured out. We will bring you that coverage, but we're going to stop the stream here real quick and and then restart it up. So don't go anywhere, but make sure you hit that notification button and that subscribe button to join us once again once we go back live. We'll see you soon.